Thank you. I would like to call this March 4th, 2024 School Board Public Hearing and Work Session to order. The time is now 5:31. The school board would like to take a moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education and a safe, supportive environment so that all students can contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Burnett is on Zoom. Mr. Dorn is excused. Mrs. Sanderson is excused. Ms. Marati?
Here.
Yay. Ms. Maple?
Here.
Mr. Burgess?
Here.
Mrs. Hardy?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing. Hold on. I'm going to ad-lib it because its script is not in here. Public testimony may be provided either in person or via Zoom once the agenda has been published. If you're interested in testifying, you may sign up by contacting the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Those who signed up in advance through the board office will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. Testimony during a public hearing is limited to 2 minutes per person for a maximum length of 1 hour. The person testifying shall state their full name, spelling their last name, and their city of residence for the record. There's something else I was going to say. If we end up, it doesn't look like we'll go over time, but if we do, just like with our last public hearing, we will recess, convene our work session, and if you choose to stick around, we will reopen the public hearing past the hour mark once we finish the noticed work session. With that, our first person who has signed up is Mr. Ed Anders in person. And if you can just make sure the green light is on and that it's close enough that we can hear you, that would be great.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Ed Anders. I lived out in Two Rivers for many, many years. My parents homesteaded in 1959. And I don't want to see any school close. But I'm here to speak on behalf of Two Rivers School not closing. Two Rivers School has always been the very fiber of our community, and it would rip the heart out of a community if we closed that school. I was there as a 15-year-old when the first discussions were made about building the school. In 57 and 58, when they first started talking about it. A couple of homesteaders went to Juneau on their own and talked to it was all state-operated schools back then, to the State Department of Education, and they got approval for school. So it's been something that the community has bought into and been a part of for many, many years. So it's a very fiber of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anders. Next up, we have Christine Smith.
Christine Smith, SMITH. I live in North Pole. As educators, we have a constant motto. Is it good for the students? We rely on this motto to plan lessons and various other activities. Schools are not one size fits all. Our PD days and multiple training opportunities encourage us to differentiate instruction and focus on the needs of our students. We learn about trauma-informed care, IEPs, 504s, and the like to make our classrooms inclusive environments to support students of all abilities. We understand that the child with ADHD learns differently than the child with ODD, and students with depression need different support than a student who has experienced trauma. Combining schools make a one-size-fits-all environment, severs relationships and causes hardships and trauma, which doesn't align with our district's SEL goals. Several Colorado districts went to 4-day weeks to refrain from closing schools. Maintaining smaller classroom sizes and keeping Two Rivers in its community is what's good for our students. At Two Rivers, we have an inclusive and diverse staff. Our team's strength lies in our ability to work together, drawing on the unique backgrounds and perspectives of each member. Many of the staff members have history in the villages around Alaska, bringing a special connection to our community and Native students that attend our school. We aren't just colleagues, we are a family, united in serving and enriching the lives of all students and community members we encounter. If you close Two Rivers, students will be denied the opportunity to be in a one-of-a-kind environment where students dive into the wonders of nature. The curriculum here goes beyond the classroom and experiencing and exploring their world firsthand. You have at Two Rivers staff who are engaged and ready to enrich the lives of these students that they surpass your average daily activities. We have a leader who sees a vision of our school and its connection to the community. These staff are good for the students. Keeping Two Rivers open is what's good for the students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Shauna Henderson.
Can you hear me okay? Oh. My name is Shauna Henderson, Henderson. I reside in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm the principal of Pearl Creek. Well, good evening. Today I'm here to continue to advocate for Pearl Creek's longevity in this community, yet also provide some ideas and solutions for our budget shortfalls. The first consideration is potentially closing the downtown administrative building. Although this would displace 80 staff members, we do have the capacity in existing buildings to absorb the additional staff. If there is a need for a centralized location for a team of people, the Nordale Learning Center could be utilized as a viable option. The Nordale Learning Center could even host larger public events such as school board meetings. Although displacing 80 staff members isn't ideal, it seems a better option than impacting the 410 families and 50 staff members of Pearl Creek Elementary. Another potential cost-saving measure would be to create a transparent process for determining what maintenance is needed at each school. Once school principals are aware of the maintenance that is needed, we could possibly leverage our own communities to provide money, resources, and/or labor to fix those problems. This would take the partial expense of maintaining the school buildings away from the school district during times of deficient funding. Another idea for a cost-saving measure would be to change our curriculum cycle from every 3 years to every 5 years, helping to offset the cost of new materials and allowing teachers more time to become familiar with the content of their current curriculum. Lastly, an additional idea would be to shorten the length of the school year. Right now, the Fairbanks School District is over the state requirement for student contact days, and although that would impact teachers' pay, perhaps teachers would be agreeable to the measure if they knew they would have a job and the same school community to return to in the fall. Again, I recognize these are difficult decisions, but please know that the Pearl Creek community is in strong support of keeping our doors open and finding solutions to maintain our presence in our neighborhood. Thank you again for your time this evening as you continue to weigh some heavy decisions.
Ms. Henderson, I do have a question. It's more of a, could you please provide that testimony to the board via an email so that we have it? Thank you. Next, we have Faith Strong McKee.
Hello, my name is Faith Strong McKee, STRONG MCKEE. I had originally wrote a different speech, but then my daughter and my husband reminded me of something important, the power of passion. I am so passionate about Two Rivers. This is a place where I feel I belong and am always welcome. Do you remember your first school, how it impacted your life? Two Rivers School has a rich history filled with love, laughter, students with an eagerness to learn. This place is where students go and they come back to be teachers, where teachers build a career and become principals, who then set the tone to continue traditions of creating successful students and happy staff. Allison Wild is this principal. She is the foundation of Two Rivers School. We all build up around her because of the firm foundation she sets. In the short time that she has been principal, she has increased the after-school program, improved parent communications, promoted staff education, increased positive disciplinary processes, giving encouragement to meet students' academic and social needs, improved community relationships, increased the number of volunteers, brought back student council and a PTO. It needs to be mentioned that each one of us supports her in this process. We all work together as a pack, giving time and energy to make these things possible. When you have a whole person perspective, you set the tone for positive change. What we need is time. If this is what we can do in 2 years, imagine what we can do in 10. This pack just needs the ability to continue to run. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Shauna Pauley.
Hi, I'm Shauna Pauley, Pauley. I'm from Two Rivers. Two Rivers School is a cornerstone of the Two Rivers community. Families choose to live there because they love the school and they love the community. I'm here to state what closing Two Rivers School will mean to me, my family, and our community of Two Rivers. My children, if we decide not to homeschool, will have anywhere from an hour, maybe a 2-hour bus ride twice a day, 5 days a week, to add 10, 20 hours a week to their day or their travel. From my house, the next closest school is Weller. It's 25 miles away. That's a 50-mile round trip every day. My son was briefly bullied on the bus, and he's anxious to ride it. So most days I drive him, even though the problem's been fixed. My trip will go from 5 miles to 25 miles one way. And that's if we don't decide to move or homeschool. I can't drive my children to school and make it back to open my cafe at 24 Mile at 9 in the morning. There's not enough hours in my day to devote to homeschool and run my cafe or be involved in a school that's going to be a 50-mile round trip for me. We'll have to decide if we need to close our cafe. Families will move for better education opportunities. It's already been discussed. Multiple families have already told me they're already planning on possibly leaving the state because of this. I don't know if they'll be able to move. Who's going to want to buy their home when there's no local school option in the community? The children will suffer. Home values might suffer. People will stop moving into our community because nobody wants to do that kind of bus trip. Businesses will have to close, like mine. Two Rivers will dry up, it will turn into a ghost town, and with no local school option, our local economy will be negatively impacted.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that's time.
That's okay. Thank you.
Oh, wait, we have a question for you. Ms. Maple.
Did you have another sentence there that you were about to say about the impact in Two Rivers?
Just that it would be a devastating blow to not just the students and the staff and the community. It will be a devastating blow to like everyone out there. And it's going to have ripple effects throughout the entire community.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Renee Morales. And I believe that's on Zoom.
I'm not seeing her on Zoom at the moment, but we were having a problem with the website, so I'll keep an eye out for her.
Thank you. Yep. Let me know if she shows up and we can circle back.
Thank you.
Next, we have Samuel Barney, and that is in person.
Hello. Samuel Barney, last name Barney. So I grew up out in Two Rivers community, went to school there 2nd through 6th grade. I now teach 4th and 5th grade out there, kind of did the full circle. I live 3 miles away from the school. All 8 of my children have gone to Two Rivers School. When I went to school there, all of the teachers, with the exception of the principal, lived in Two Rivers community. From what I understand, since then, there's been a little bit of a revolving door with some teachers and the principal, but that hasn't been the case for several years now. 14 out of the 18 staff at Two Rivers live in the community and don't plan on moving from it. Our own principal walks to school, skis to school. She lives right next door. There is a tremendous personal investment by the people who work there in the community, a tremendous personal investment in this school and making sure that it succeeds. In fact, I've spoken with families that bought homes in Two Rivers so their children could attend the school there. That was a huge factor of that. And others that live outside of our area who or drive their children to the school or to the Ray's bakery there and drop the kids off at the first bus stop. There's a great deal of forward momentum happening right now, as you've heard testified to over and over and over again, as we've had some wonderful leadership from Mrs. Wild. There's a great vision and a great cohesiveness among our staff. We have a dynamic, cohesive group of dedicated professionals who talk about all of the students, who know them all, and come up with creative solutions to meet their needs. And we meet their needs. There's students that we have that struggled for many years at other schools, and they come out to us, and the parents are just like kind of blown away at like how they're doing because we come together and find solutions for these kids. Some great solutions have been proposed already. Opening up Chino Hot Springs Road, a bus already comes out there, creating a stop or two to pick up students, families who choose to maybe have their kids go out there, and many other solutions. I just wanted to give props to the principal from Pearl Creek for bringing solutions to the table that seemed very creative and very doable as well. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Annalise Barney.
I'm Annalise Barney, B-R-R-N-E-Y. I live in Two Rivers. So Two Rivers is a great place, and I love the community there, but I'd like to talk about something much more deeper. I'm in 8th grade, and I have been at Two Rivers for 6 years. During my 2nd and 3rd grade years, I went to Barnett, where my dad previously worked. When I came back to Two Rivers in my 4th grade year, I noticed something very different between the two schools. Two Rivers in general is an amazing school, but the fact that everyone gets along is so astounding to me. There's no, like any good school, you learn, but my school is different. Every day is a new adventure, and of course, no one is perfect, but we make it through it. We are a family. We look out, up, down, and are around for each other. No one is left out, and everyone has a friend. Every morning, we meet K through 8 in the gym, playing foursquare, volleyball, basketball, etc. But my most favorite thing to do about this school is we are a pack. Would the Two Rivers, anyone at Two Rivers like to join me in the pack? Give me a P. Give me an A. Act responsibly. Give me a C. Care for others. Give me a K. Keep a positive attitude. We are a wolf pack, and we stick together no matter how harsh the weather. This school is my second home and has improved me as a person. And when my kids ask how I became so amazing, it wasn't me. It was my home away from home, Two Rivers Timberwolves Elementary School. I love my school and everything about it, so please don't take that away from our future. I'm part of the Two Rivers, well, it says it like here. Yeah, the student council, and I've noticed that at Two Rivers, it teaches great leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Judith, and I'm going to say Granu, but I probably got it wrong.
Hello, it's Judith Gruno, G-R-U-N-A-U, and I'm from Fairbanks. This school district's mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education and a safe, supportive environment for all students to succeed in a diverse society. However, the current choices of school closures create inequities, mostly affecting students who live in rural areas. Closing these schools imposes far longer commutes, impacting student performance, participation in extracurricular activities, and creating additional challenges for families. Furthermore, the evaluation criteria for closures appear one-dimensional, focusing primarily on the condition and utilization of buildings. Pearl Creek demonstrates some of the highest test scores, parental involvement, and teacher satisfaction. By closing this school, you would be closing one of the best schools and most exemplary schools in our district. The district's emphasis on deferred maintenance is faulty. These are actually proposed capital improvement projects where schools are often seeking future state funding and not reflecting immediate needs. For instance, Pearl Creek, built in 1983, is of average age for our buildings. It operates efficiently with a lower annual budget than several of our non-targeted schools and is in the top 7 for its utilization. The claim of $16 million in deferred maintenance is misleading, as it includes projects proposed for the next 20 years, with the state currently ranking its priority level at 92 out of 95 projects. Breaking down these figures on a per-student basis is flawed and overlooks the long-term planning nature of these projects. The inconsistencies in these arguments echo past closures where the newest school building in our district, Nordale, was closed, yet now houses the best homeschool program and is certainly underutilized. And Joy Elementary, cited for needing a new roof, is now a community center. While I acknowledge that the budget shortfalls stem from broader government funding issues, the school board's decisions are narrowly focused and lack transparency. If closures are necessary, assess the impact on rural students versus urban students, involve parents in choosing their second choice school before creating redistricting maps, and consider school performance in your matrices. Shift the focus from just numbers to community well-being as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Kristen Papp, and she's on Zoom.
Not seeing her on there. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. Then we have Wendy Dominique.
They're saying that the connection on the internet, the Zoom, is not working.
I did hear from a board member who joined via Zoom that if you take the link or let me make sure I get the correct wording, the ID and paste it in, that would work. So if you are listening in some other form other than Zoom trying to connect, take the ID and paste it into the Zoom meeting.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Dominique, and I need to bring it closer. You can't hear my loud voice. Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Wendy Dominique, last name spelled Dominique. And just for reference, I served on the school board for 17 years, and I really cared, and I've seen the work that you guys have been doing since the 5 years I've been on the board. And it's a hard job. It's a tough job. I am also a military spouse, and I also work for the federal government. I had 3 boys that went to the school district, and I have 2 grandsons. One just graduated last year, and my youngest grandson is still there. They all graduated from this district, and it really bothers me that we're closing schools like we are. We were faced with this, I want to say, my first 5 years on the board, but after that, we were able to come out of it. Yes, we had more funding at that time. We also had numerous other things that we were doing. But I just wanted to give a few ideas that I've come up with. And I haven't watched all the meetings, but I did watch a few of them. And we have some very astute people that are coming and giving you information, and I really hope you all look at what they're saying and try to put some of that implementation to work. One of the things that I saw was the curriculum, and I'm subbing at our schools right now, and I've heard from several teachers. A lot of the curriculum, a lot of the books we're getting is being set in closets, set in tables. They're not using them. And I think it's a good thing that they're not using all of them because you have new teachers coming on board. Every 7 years, we change our curriculum. That's working hard on students, teachers, and whomever else is working with these students. If we could look at a better way of presenting our curriculum, Doug, I'm almost done, I think that would help. I also went back in 2006, Governor Murkowski at that time increase the student base allocation. Okay, my time is up.
I think we have a question for you.
Okay,
Ms. Maple.
Can you tell us your other ideas for cost-saving measures, please?
okay. The other idea I had is to have a research project for the students at the university. These students are very astute with financial, engineering, and everything else. We could give them a little stipend or whatever you might want to say, because students always need money, and have them do a research on our total budget. We miss things when we're working with the budget on a regular basis because we're doing it all the time. They could find something out there that could possibly carry us over the board a little bit. And what was the other one? Oh, I was talking about Governor Murkowski. Back in 2006, he was the one, as governor, for 3 years, he increased the funding. And it's that little pencil chart that we had out for a while ago, and I know it's been updated since 2006. But that way you have another point that you can bring to the legislators and say that if Governor Murkowski was able to do it, yes, funding was different at that time. But we need to look at these things that were working back then and try to bring them forward so we can stop closing these schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Heidi Wood.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Ms. Morales is on Zoom now.
awesome. Do you mind if we? Okay, Ms. Morales, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Lorna Renee Morales, Morales, Fairbanks, Alaska, specifically the Pleasant Valley, Two Rivers area. I would like to express how great the Two Rivers Community School is. I've been in Alaska for only 14 months, and the Two Rivers School has made my experience wonderful. Although I have limited mobility, this school has welcomed me as part of their family. This school not only supports the Pleasant Valley Two Rivers community, it supports the entire town of Fairbanks. The secretary even makes a flyer of family events that are going on in Fairbanks and distributes it to the Two Rivers families. The staff of the Two Rivers is nothing short of amazing. They support each other and every student in the school. They encourage kindness and caring every day, which in turn is shown through the students' actions. These students are the most caring, kind, and respectful students I've ever encountered in my teaching career. Side note, I'm not a teacher at Two Rivers. I'm a volunteer, part-time librarian, substitute teacher, and grandparent of a third grader at the school. The most refreshing thing I've noticed is how the older students relate to the younger ones. The little ones run to the older ones to greet them in the mornings. Just last week, I witnessed a kindergartner rush to an 8th grader because her feelings were hurt. The 8th grader then consoled the kindergartner and then proceeded to mediate between the other two girls. Two Rivers offers after-school activities which are aided by parent volunteers. I fear these parents would not be able to volunteer if our students were forced to go to school an hour's drive away. Also, these students would have to spend at least 2 hours per day on the bus, which in my opinion is totally ludicrous. I continue to be amazed at the opportunities these students are introduced to at Two Rivers. From ice skating and snow sledding at recess, to snaring rabbits and sampling their catch, to the clubs that they have every afternoon, and to building gorgeous tables in their special ed classroom. There's something for everyone at Two Rivers, and I beg of you, please keep our school open. Our children deserve the best, and our school has that to offer. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Heidi Wood.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Wood, W-O-O-D. I live within walking and skiing distance to Pearl Creek. I've spent a long time trying to figure out what to say tonight. We've been asked to tell our stories. I am a Pearl Creek Puffin. I went to 4 elementary schools by the time I made it to Pearl Creek. It was the first place that I felt that I was home, that I belonged. Pearl Creek was the first place that I was told I could be something different. I could change my trajectory and I could go to college. Mrs. Hall, Mrs. Wilkinson, and Mrs. Springhard changed the way that I thought. I credit them with planting the seed that I could do anything. Today I have a master's and a doctorate degree because of those women. I vowed my children would not wander like I did. Rather, they would have an educational home from the beginning. Pearl Creek is my daughter's school. She belongs there, feels loved, supported, and is pushed academically. My son, at 4, already has informed both my husband and I, and Mrs. Henderson, that he will be in Miss Taggart's class. They have a solid relationship. This is what makes it their home. The love, support, and guidance they have, this is what teachers did long ago for me in the same building. And this is what I'm asking of you. You've given us the task to email and call our legislators, our governor, and to come and tell our stories. We have done that. Now let's change this trajectory and do tangible tasks. If the issue is deferred maintenance, let's talk. And by the way, a roof to be replaced in 10 years is not deferred by definition. My understanding is that the borough owns the buildings, and to do work there, you have to be insured to $2 million. Let's find someone. I know at least one parent who qualifies, and there's a handful more. Let's facilitate our community working to keep this school open. Let's show our kids ownership over their future. It will not only allow their school to stay open, but it will create powerful, engaged community members. Parents are ready, willing, and wanting to help. Let's facilitate that happening. We elected you guys to do something different. Your predecessors closed schools. We elected you to think differently and outside the box, and I know all of you can do that.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Next, we have Caitlin Freeman, and I believe that's online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Caitlin Freeman, Freeman, and I live in Two Rivers. During the budget meeting last week, a member of the board was wondering if the public was even watching or listening. I'm here to prove that the public is very interested and at the edge of their seats with anticipation. Our community has filled your ears with testimonies of past, present, and future Timberwolves. I wish to do the same from my own perspective as the wife of a protected veteran, a first-year Two Rivers staff member, and the mother of 4 Timberwolf pups. We purchased our home for its amazing property and the bonus of it only being a skip, hop, and jump away from the school. Just as you all might wonder now, I too needed to know just how good a tiny school with a mixed grade classroom could possibly be. I only ever hear people shouting praises and admiration for our school. As my husband's military career ended, we made the choice to stay with our support system here in the Pleasant Valley. Our support system is the only thing that encouraged me to apply for the health aide position that has been open for years. I am so thankful for this school and how impactful they have been in my health career. At first, I was nervous and unsure what I signed myself up for. I now know I signed myself up to join a family I never had growing up. I adore every staff member and child that has ever walked into these doors. It has grown a lifelong passion for public school education. My family's only ties to Alaska lie in these 4 walls known as Two Rivers School. My growing family is not the only one that will be forced to leave the state in search of more affordable living. When considering how to budget a whole school district, please consider what makes up a school. Students, teachers, and a building is all we really need. Break those ties and the idea of public education starts to collapse. I ask that you consider widening our school zone to fill our school. We have open doors and an astounding atmosphere here. I also wonder what reducing most of our staff to half-time really does to education systems. Sharing important staff members such as our counselor, librarian, and music teacher with the school that is the farthest away from us makes it difficult to fill and hold these positions. Is it possible to make these full times or to share these vital positions with closer schools? I know we have all faced a lot of hard challenges this year. I do hope that you heard our PAC loud and clear each night. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Angela Jones.
Angela Jones, Jones, Eielson Air Force Base. I've looked over the school's closure scenarios that were recently published today, and I decided to come before the school board again this week. 4 of my 5 children will be affected by the decisions made by the school board. Our family has extended at Eielson Air Force Base twice to minimize changing school effects on my 5 children. At one point in our military career, my children did 5 schools in 5 years, nothing that any child should have to go to. Every scenario published involved closing Ben Eielson High School. This is disappointing, and I ask the school board to look at all possibilities again, not just the ones recommended or considered. please take a look at how you can streamline education within a community and not cut education out of a community. Look at 4-day school weeks and curriculum adjustments like have previously been mentioned. Looking at the numbers published today, Lathrop High School could easily absorb Ryan Middle School and still be under capacity, allowing people in this building to go into Ryan. No new bus routes would be added, no D1 or D2 sports would be affected, no student councils, student clubs, or JROTCs, or all the other extracurricular activities that students are involved in. Keeping Ben Eielson open allows more teenagers more opportunities in sports, student councils, and clubs. Another scenario that the board hasn't considered, make the City of North Pole Elementaries K through 6s. Then North Pole High School could easily absorb North Pole Middle. This again streamlines the education in a community and does not remove it from a community. Why are we not looking at these additional scenarios? The decision to close Ben Eielson and other schools is being made too quickly. The North Star Lottery is closed, the Hutchison Lottery is closed, and you have not allowed schools the opportunity to apply to be charter schools. Please do not make this decision this quickly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Haley, and I'm going to say Onken.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Haley Onken, O-N-K-E-N. I reside at Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. And, hold up, let me get my thing. At Eielson, everyone knows each other or is a familiar face. No one is a real stranger, and we're like a humongous family. Because it is a small school, everyone can get the support they need, whether it's with schoolwork or counseling, and that's what I absolutely love about this school. I go to MFLAC, which is a military family life counseling, and I definitely feel safe after I go because they can relate to my problems. If Eielson was to be shut down, there would be no MFLAC at North Pole because it's not a school that's on base. I wouldn't get that support, and neither would many others. On base, after school, I'm able to participate in programs hosted by the 4-H and Boys and Girls Club at the Youth Center, which is located right across Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School, which allows students like myself to walk over after school or after sports. I get to do field trips that support my community, do cooking clubs, and get help with homework I might have had a hard time with. The small community feel helps reduce the stress and anxiety that comes with PCSing and moving to a new school. Most of the students there have experienced having to change schools, and knowing that most students have been through the same thing has helped me feel more confident and welcome. Governor Dunleavy, in his most recent press conference, spoke about how important charter schools are. Charter schools has smaller class sizes and individualized learning. While Ben Eielson may not be a charter school, we have small class sizes and one of the highest graduation rates in the district. Ben Eielson had the highest graduation rate out of Lathrop, West Valley, North Pole, and Hutchison in 2022 through 2023. Please consider keeping Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School open, as it would greatly impact our students and the community.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Erin Meehan.
Excuse me. We also have Kristen now on Zoom, if she can go after this one.
Good evening. My name is Erin Meehan, M-E-E-H-A-N. I live in the Two Rivers community at mile 22. I'm the second and third grade teacher in Two Rivers, and I'm here to tell you a true story. Once upon a Wednesday, a pack of little Timberwolves gathered together to send their well wishes. They always met on Wishful Wednesday to think about all the other animals and creatures in the mountain forest. Many of their wishes were for their gem of a school to not close. They did not want to disperse over the hills and meadows to other schools. The littlest wolf begged her teacher, asking if her whole classroom pack could please be moved together if their school closed. You see, these timber wolves were a pack and were deeply connected. In their far-off community, their pack enjoyed working together and growing together. Resilience, courage, confidence, kindness, and empathy were some of the important skills for their pack to learn, and these wolfy traits made their little school so loved. Our Timberwolves wanted all of the other animals to be able to attend their school too. They wanted the homeschooled wolves and the wolves that lived on the far end of their trail to be allowed. The Timberwolves were very proud of their school. The alpha leader of the pack had endless energy and endurance and could run for miles. She strengthened and supported the Timberwolves at every turn in the trail. She rallied the Timberwolves community to surround and protect their little school for the pups, as it was their pack gathering space. The alpha, along with the whole Timberwolf pack, spoke out and pleaded that their school could remain open. A few weeks later, on Thankful Thursday, the little Timberwolves gathered and howled their gratitude when they heard their school and pack community were recognized and seen as a special place to live, care, and grow. Their school would remain open as a gathering place to learn and build community with lifelong connections. The end. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that story. Next, we have Kristen Papp.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I had a hard time connecting with all of this. Good evening. I wanted to know, we're talking about, we've talked about school building utilization study quite a bit. Are we going to look at an admin building utilization? It seems like that would be a good use of our time to, as well, since we're looking at the possibility of schools closing, where can we consolidate some of our administration within other districts' buildings that we're using? So I was curious about that. I also just wanted to thank the school board. I know this is a really tough task, and handed down to you is not a very fun thing. I feel like I had all these things I wanted to say, but I feel like at this point we know some schools are going to close, and with that, I feel it's really important we see all the details behind that decision. The process leading up to all of this has not been very transparent. So I just hope that this process and choosing which schools will be closing will be obvious and make sense. And yeah, I guess that's my biggest wish list right now, is that complete transparency. I would also, like to give my support for Pearl Creek. Pearl Creek is a great school. The school, it's the highest achieving elementary school in our district. With the quality of education as something that all of us see so important, I would love to see that school continue. And I would want to better understand how, I guess that school also made it onto this list. So just looking at the school utilization study, it's not very transparent of how Pearl Creek falls within that list. So I guess I would like to see more of that.
Thank you. That's time. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, we have a question for you though, Ms. Papp. Ms. Maple?
It's kind of rhetorical. Did you know that the school board, pardon me, sorry, that the school board has requested the information about admin that you were referencing, and that the administration has been working hard on compiling that. So
Oh, amazing. Great.
Did you know you could stay tuned, maybe not tonight, but a meeting in the near future to learn more?
It's tonight.
It's tonight.
It's not a question.
Okay, I did not. Thank you very much.
All right, next we have Jeff Mullenbauer.
Hi, Jeffrey Muehlbauer, spelled Muehlbauer, and that's my 2 minutes, I guess. So I'll sit down now. I'm a resident of Fairbanks and also a Pearl Creek parent. And I'm coming to say nothing new, but just to implore you to please take your time in making this decision. Take all the time you can, buy what time you can, please. We come from a city in the lower 48 where they close schools. I know there's no coming back from this. I know it's the start of the spiral, and I know we already did it recently in the past year. Let's not go down that slippery slope. Please, do what you can to keep our schools open. It should be an absolute last resort. There's just so much finality. And I feel like I chose to move here. I chose to move to this state, to FNSB, to Fairbanks, to our neighborhood because of Pearl Creek, because of that community. It's an amazing blessing we had to move there, and it's one that feels like a community trust being ripped away from me. And I know parents behind me from all of our schools feel that way too. Please do what you can to keep our schools open. When I meet with prospective new colleagues and where I work, I tell them, you know, it's great to live here because our schools are great, because I live so close to my school. What do I tell them when our schools are closed? Oh, I'm sorry, I live in a community where we don't have a school for your children. We can't attract people to our neighborhood, to our community that way. Please keep our schools open. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Amanda Coleman.
I'm Amanda Coleman, Coleman. I live in North Pole. My students go to Ben Eielson High School. I have 2 students there, and because we live in North Pole, that means this is an out-of-area choice for us. The reasons my children have chosen to go to Eielson are, number 1, the academics. Eielson High School is ranked in the top 10 in the state academically amongst the high schools. No other school in the interior is in the top 10. Also, many of their friend base is based out of Eielson because of the quality and caliber of students, of the kids that go to those schools, and the family involvement, and how those students rally together and they support each other and uplift each other and encourage each other to do the best that they can. It is a positive environment for them. I have a student that is very extremely involved. We never see him because he's on the football team. He's in JROTC, he's in band, he wrestles, and he plays soccer. And he also, moving them to a different school for his senior year is going to kind of pull the rug out from underneath him through all the work that he has done in building up to being able to be on the podium at state championships for wrestling. They built their football team from scratch when he was a freshman with a brand new coach, and most of the team being brand new. They have built it, they have learned how to grow together. They have spent countless hours working super hard and to earn money for new jerseys because they were out of regs. And now with that, what message are we sending our kids if we close the school? What was their hard work for? There's lots of hard decisions to make, but closing Eielson is not one of them.
Thank you for your testimony. The last person we have signed up is Ariel Cunningham.
on my lap. It is. They can hear you, so be shh. Ariel Cunningham, Cunningham, Tickasuk parent. It's nice to see you guys again. This is my first time at one of these kinds of meetings, so I didn't know what to expect. Threw together something last minute. 2 weeks ago, I attended the budget committee meeting, and I was super impressed that the members prioritized keeping the PTR low and avoiding irreversible decisions such as closing schools. I was gone last week. I'm a little worried that I'm getting the impression that the climate has changed since then, but regardless, I still agree with those priorities, which are not supported by any school closures. I'm afraid I don't have suggestions for the budget to accomplish that because I'm not an expert on it. That's for the teachers and the staff who have already spoken tonight with great ideas. Closing a school shouldn't even be a last resort. It should just never even be an option on the table because with our current population, it will increase the class size. So all I can do is just continue to advocate. And unfortunately, sadly, advocating during this crisis has taken me away from my family. As you can see, I had to drag my kids with me tonight, and my son's Cub Scout pack that I lead has been neglected. But I will keep asking the state and the borough to prioritize funding education, and I'm just going to plead with you guys to please keep the schools open with whatever budget you're given. And, oh, before I forget, I don't know if this is still on the table. I never support contracting for long-term services. And lastly, this is Wyatt. He has been waiting 4 years to go to Tickasuk with his older brother. And Wyatt, do you want to go to Tickasuk and have Ms. Baird, Ms. Bell, Ms. Rush, Ms. Gates, Ms. Bremer, and Mr. H for your teachers? Just, can you say yes or no, please? Yes. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have about 6 minutes if there's anyone else in the room who didn't sign up before we close. Sure, come on up. It's open mic. You have 2 minutes. You got to state your first name, spell your last name, please, and give your general area of residence.
Jesse Anders, Anders, 2 Rivers, 25 Mile. And if you close this 2 Rivers school, it would destroy the whole community and hurt a lot of the residents, and it would make driving to school a lot longer, and bus rides and everything, and after school clubs. It would just destroy the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Dawn Mattieson, Matteson. I live in North Pole, but all of my children have attended or do attend out of Eielson. The reason we moved up here as a family in 2018, my husband had a job out at the base, and what we were going to do is he was going to commute back to J-Bear every weekend, but he went to an activity in the community where about 99% of the youth there were from Ben Eielson or attended school on base. And he called me that night and said, "You all need to move up here. Our kids need to be around the youth here." And so we did. Next day we called, got it taken care of, moved up within 2 weeks. The youth have just been an amazing thing for our kids out at that school. We've had soon to be 3 graduate. Our 3rd will graduate this year, and then we have 2 freshmen boys. And you will not find a bigger family. My husband is the coach there for soccer, and it started when our oldest was a senior and there was no soccer coach. And so he said, "Dad, we just need a body on the field." And so my husband has been the soccer coach every year since then. And every year the team gets bigger and bigger because they want to be around Coach Mattieson and the atmosphere that he has created out there. We were recently told that we were going to co-op with North Pole this year. Thankfully that got rescinded because we have a list of 13 kids on on the soccer team that said, we will not play for North Pole. We want to play for Eielson, and we want to play for Coach Matising because they know what he stands for. They know what the atmosphere is going to be. And they don't want to pay the around $800 that North Pole was going to require them to spend because our families don't have that. And it's the same all the way around with other sports. If we combined, we're going to lose kids and lose families to sports activities and whatnot because we come from a smaller school, a different region in sports, and as much as I love our kids, a lot of them probably won't make the sports and the clubs, and then if they do, they won't be able to afford it. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify?
Hey, I'm Joanna Livaday, Livaudais. I didn't plan on testifying, but until next week, but I did get an email from Senator Murkowski's office about this situation, which stated that in 2019, her and Betsy DuBois, who was the former education secretary, came out to the base, and that and that the school community was also a big factor in helping to convince the Air Force to keep Eielson Air Force Base open and to bring the F-35 program to the base. So she's been a very consistent supporter. I know you guys have talked with our leadership at the base as well about the ripple effect that this will have on our community. You hear all of the parents, but you also have a lot of decisions. You also have staff and teachers, and I applaud the Pearl Creek principal for giving you guys tons of ideas and things that you guys can do, because I feel like a lot of these options are not being looked at. As you guys have heard, you guys are streamlining a lot of these decisions into 2 or 3 options when there are several that can be utilized. So I think that it's really, really important for you guys to do that. It's your responsibility being on the school board. You know, I've talked to you guys. Brandy, sorry, you hear from me a lot. Also talking with our legislator this week, Tomaszewski, about this as well, because I think it's really, really important that for funding-wise, I want every school to stay open, but Ben Eielson is where my children go, and it is the only one of its kind. But the the funding that you guys get, I feel like he should, I definitely feel like that should be not as much if you guys start closing down schools. I think that you guys shouldn't be able to get that kind of funding if you guys are going to choose to close down schools instead of using other options like moving into other buildings and contracting other options. I just feel like you guys have that responsibility to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. With that, I'm going to close out the public hearing. I'm not seeing anybody else, and we have reached that hour mark. So now we're going to take about a 15-minute recess so that our staff can reset and put out mics and do all that, and then we'll enter in the work session. And we are happy to have people stick around and listen, and it's an opportunity to get more informed on the process.
Thank you.
this time, I'd like to call our work session to order. And I am going to hand the mic over to administration.
All right, thank you, President Hardy, and thank you for the community to coming out tonight and listening to this work session. Tonight, we'll do an overview of some administration data. The school board specifically asked to bring us for administration to bring some data regarding costs associated with administrators, the number of administrators we have, and some of the data around what it costs to utilize this district office here at the ADC. We'll also talk about a potential K-8 model at Eielson and what that would look like if school closures were to continue to move forward. And then lastly, we'll talk about redistricting and transportation. We have Mr. Ryan Hinton with us this evening, and so he'll show us what that process looks like. And I'll restate this as we go into redistricting, but want the public to be very aware that any of the information presented tonight in terms of maps, boundary maps, redistricting is very preliminary. No final decisions have been made. It's just an overview for the board to ensure they understand what the process looks like and the capabilities behind the scenes in terms of the granularity we can get at in terms of the number of neighborhoods that would go to each particular school. So as we move into the administration portion of the work session this evening, I just wanted to thank the board for prompting this conversation. I think it's been helpful for the executive director team to go through this and really clarify what the data does show around what we spend on administration here in the district. I do want to remind folks that there's no successful school districts nor successful schools without great administrators. Just as there's no successful schools without excellent educators in our classroom every day, and we truly are a team. Administration's a team with our educators in our schools, and for us to be successful, we need to have strong administrators just like we have strong educators in the classroom. Since taking this position, I've talked a lot with my administration team about relentless support. If you harken back to my interviews, I talked a lot about that, and it is more than just a tagline. It's something that I expect of our administrators to live out day in and day out in terms of supporting schools. So administration lives to support schools. That's our whole function, is to ensure that schools are successful and they have what they need to be successful. So I do want to take the moment to thank all of our dedicated administrators around the district. They sacrifice a lot to be in those educational leadership positions. And I'd like to turn over the floor to Andy DeGraw and Rebecca Herbie to go over some of the data pieces we've compiled, and then obviously open to any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Prefer us to do questions as we go or hold them till the end?
Let's hold them to the end because I know there's been some questions already swirling, and I want to make sure everybody sees the information that's there, and then we'll have some questions at the end of it. And it looks like we're switching to AirTame, I guess. The HDMI is not working.
All right, thank you, Dr. Meinert. We'll go ahead and jump into a slideshow that we've put together just in the last week or so, since some requests were sent in, some information about administration. So we put this slideshow together to respond directly to some questions that we've fielded from board members, and I think a lot of community members asking questions, and so we're happy to provide this information. So one of the challenges we face is, and when we say the word administration in public, what's the definition of administration? What does that mean? There's many different definitions you can come up with. We've come up with a couple of definitions this evening that we'll put forward, but again, there's probably more definitions than what we're going to talk about tonight. Nonetheless, we'll put out a couple of different options for folks to digest. So before we get into that, we wanted to look at some of the building information on ADC. Have been several comments related to the closure, suggesting the closure of this building. So just some general statistics: built in 1970, about 81,000 square feet. FCI index number, the larger that number gets, the worse condition the facility is. And then on the right side, some utility cost information: electricity, steam, water, total of about $300,000. So just touching on this and how closing ADC, the intent of this isn't to get into conversation of closing the ADC, but I think it's information that's relevant to the conversation. We just want to remind the board, remind the public, 80 to 90% of the savings of a school closure is related to the duplicated staff members that are in those buildings. Okay, so we could close down, we certainly could close down the ADC building, and basically your savings would be the utilities. You would probably see some costs pop up, unintended costs pop up in various different arenas. You wouldn't necessarily see automatic staff savings from closing this building down. We certainly could cut staff, but it would unrelated to the closing of the building, and that would certainly reduce services and possibly programs to the school district. So just want to make that differentiation. The vast majority of the savings from school closures is in fixed staffing that is duplicated in different schools, and so hopefully that makes sense. So this chart shows the number of employees, total number of employees in the downtown center. Want to point out this includes grant-funded staff members. So it breaks them out into 3 different employee groups: non-represented, ESSA, and FEA, and their corresponding percentages. And then just also repeat, this includes grant-funded positions. So a significant amount of grant-funded positions, as you'll see on the next slide. So here we see, this is specifically the general fund or operating fund, and see a history back to 2019. So back in 2019, we had just shy of 125 FTE. And then you see a gradual decline there down to the current level, current year, FY24, of a little over 102. And this includes all employee groups, so non-rep, ESSA, and FEA. Just shy of an 18% reduction here in this building. Specifically to so backing up, back to my initial opening remarks, one way that you can, one definition, potential definition of administration is folks working in this downtown building. And in that scenario, it would be important to point out that it's not just non-represented folks working in this building. It's folks representing 3 different employee groups in the district. So specifically looking at just the non-represented employee group, just to give some context here, so 49% of our district is in the FEA arena, 43% in ESSA, and approximately 5% is in non-represented and 3% in FPA. So it's kind of a visual illustration of the sizes of the different employee groups in the district. Regarding salaries, just over $102 million. This is FY24 as well. FY24 is our current. 7.6 million approximately salaries related to the non-represented employee group. And then this is a history of salary increases going back to FY13. So at about 11, 12-year history. Over on the right side, you see average percent increase. There's two ways that employee salaries increase for an individual employee. One is a percentage increase to the salary schedule, okay? And then the second way is by an employee receiving what's called a step increase. Steps are granted for each year of experience that the employee has with the district. And so you see in the third from last column, the average percent increase for the different employee groups in the school district, ranging from a 1.1% average in FEA down to 0.77 for non-reps. And then in the second to the last column are the average step amounts. So that's something that a lot of people don't realize, is that the steps are oftentimes a bigger salary increase than the percent raises that are bargained. And then the total increase there. We threw inflation there at the bottom just to give some context. There's been a lot of focus on inflation the last couple of years. It has spiked. However, historically, that number has been, at least in this time frame, has been pretty tame. So just want to point out that this slide and the next slide, there is a significant narrative that is out there when talking about cutting administration and criticisms of administration. Often hear a narrative of, you know, salaries being high and excessive, or, you know, pick your descriptive term. I've actually heard it all out on the street informally. But certainly if you look at the salary increases during this time period, the non-rep salary increases have significantly lagged the other groups in the district. And that might not look like a large percentage, but that's an average annual amount, and if extrapolated over the entire history, that does equal several percentage points in trailing salary increases. These are daily rate comparisons. So we took average daily rates for the entire employee groups, from the highest paid in each group all the way down to the lowest paid in each group. ESSA's not in here because ESSA's salaries are significantly more difficult to corral. They don't come in an annual form, they come in hourly, and so it would take work. We could get that information, it would take work to compile annual salaries. And then in addition to that, the ESSA group has a wide range of annual days worked in the group. So anywhere from about 190 something all the way up to 260. So we could get that information, but we just didn't have the time to compile it for the presentation this evening. But there you see the different daily rates for each group. And again, you know, I think these numbers don't necessarily fit the narrative that you hear out in the public at a significant rate. And it highlights two main points that we've talked about prior, but that we wanted to just reinforce. Of that, you know, I think this was surprising to even me to see that in relation to other employees in the district, non-represented salaries aren't necessarily exceeding or significantly high in relation to those other salaries. And then the other thing to note is that it becomes extremely difficult for us to recruit employees from within our organization to work in the administrative ranks. And this is exactly why. You're seeing it right here. For most people, money is a factor. It is. It just, we can't deny that. And so we see a significant amount of interest initially. Yeah, I'd like to explore that and, you know, expand my career, and then once the numbers are seen, many times it's a quick 180. And so that applies internally as well as externally. We consistently lose applicants because those salaries are not competitive with the private sector as well, in addition to just internally within our own organization. So specifically to non-represented, the prior decline over the years we saw included all groups within this building. Specifically just to non-represented staffs members, this is from 2019 to 24, so about a 6 FTE decline in those years. Specifically, we wanted to point it out that just this year that increased from 76 to 80 because we implemented a nurse manager program. So just to give folks a brief overview of that, over the years, we've found it more and more difficult to be able to recruit registered nurses. So registered nurses are certified to do their own paperwork. I'm not an expert, so hopefully I don't get anything technically wrong, but they're certified to do their own paperwork. They don't need to be supervised in that regard. However, so because we haven't been able to find registered nurses for each school in the district, we've resorted to hiring LPNs as well as health assistants. Those employees are required to have supervision regarding paperwork and maybe some other items related to their jobs. And so we were forced basically to stand up that nurse manager program in order to have a health professional in each school building in the school district. And so that, we wanted to use that as an example of, yes, there's an ebb and a flow. There's reductions and then there's add backs. You know, we certainly could, you know, not have this nurse manager program. However, that would significantly inhibit our ability to have nurses or health assistants or LPNs in every building in our district, and we wanted to have that. So this list, Mr. Burgess requested, you know, a list of what's been added. We thought it was fair to include what's been reduced as well. This is not a complete list. This is, I would say, the most flawed slide. Although the information's not bad, it's just not complete. We just simply didn't have the time in the last few days to go back and look at adds and reductions in a robust way. So this is accurate information. It's just admittedly not complete. But this is a brief list of some adds and reductions over the last few years. And then now I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Herbie to present the remaining slides.
All right, so then, you know, we've talked about when people talk about administration, it actually came up at the budget forum, and I was like, oh, you know, I'm working on a project right now looking at administration information. How would you define administration? So we had, you know, talking about this building, ADC, we have talked about non-rep, and then we wanted to dig a little deeper and actually talk about, okay, well, if we were going to define administration, how would we define administration? And so that's where we have these org charts. I wanted to include just the basic school district org chart, so you can see like the very large picture, and then this district admin organization chart is essentially who we're considering as we would define administration, and so that is the non-represented salary employees that are coordinator level or higher who supervise other staff. And one thing you'll see is coordinators and directors. So depending on the department, coordinator, the job title may be different, coordinator versus director, but they are at the same level, and often same level, you know, depending on the job, same level of responsibility. So that's why they are all the same. And I kind of color-coded executive director to director coordinators. So looking at this, it gives you the breakdown of sort of where they fall. The other thing we wanted to include, or I thought would be helpful to include, it quickly becomes complex when you're looking at our operating fund versus we have a lot of grants or other fund positions. And so, but to give you a full picture, I wanted to make sure to include those positions. So you have the dark eye, are those 100% grant funded positions, and then the lighter color is partially grant funded, and depending on the position, that's anywhere from 10% grant funded to 90% grant funded. It just depends on the position. And so with these, there's 53 total administrators based off how we define them. And if you take away the grant funded, if you're just looking at the operating fund ones, there's 36 that are not grant funded. And I did reach out to HR, and they helped me get a lot of these numbers as we were pulling information. And I asked about total staff numbers. So if we were to look at pulling our total staff numbers, including vacancies. So this is operating fund, this is grant funded positions, this is all of our active positions we have plus vacancies, give or take a few positions, because some of the vacancies may have been filled, so it may not be exactly exact, but the 1,822 is the total positions with vacancies as of about last week in February. So that would put our staff to admin ratio at about 33-1. And that's everything I have on that.
And that concludes our report.
All right, I will open it up to questions from the board. I've got some if nobody else is chomping at it. So how many of our non-represented staff are on 12-month contracts? Because that's different than the majority of our employees.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number. The vast majority of them are 12-month. There's a small number that are 10.
It's
McCann
less
might-
than 10 that are not 12 months.
And does that lead to that lower daily rate because it's done over a more days on contract?
Yeah, that's part of it. To give context, some additional context to that, The average, I'll just go down the list. The average principal salary is about $120,000 a year. The average teacher salary is right at $80,000 a year, and the average non-represented salary is right at $90,000 a year. So it's basically $10,000 additional dollars and 3 months of additional work when comparing non-rep to FEA. So yes, that would equal a significantly lower daily rate.
I'll keep going unless there are other board members. Okay, we might need some digestion time, I think is coming from it. We heard public testimony asking about the building utilization of ADC. Do you have any information on that?
Building utilization as in
Like if
like
it were
a
a
capacity for a deed capacity for ADC?
Or like how many empty offices do we have? I know from when I started the district in like '08, there was a lot more bodies down here than there are currently.
Yeah, so we have we listed out about 150 folks that are in this building. Well, and that might not be 150. Do we have, there's an 150 number. I don't want to speak out of turn.
So it should be pretty close. Again,
Yeah.
it becomes challenging because there are lots of there's departments that have a significant portion of what would be reported as ADC. They're actually out in schools like 100% of the time. However, we did have those exec directors go through that list and say like, this is how many people are actually in this building. And so that's about as close as numbers we can get. So it should be fairly close to what is actually in this building.
And so, yeah, I guess is the nature of the question, what's the capacity, and comparing it to a school building, that's really kind of why I made those remarks toward the beginning. We could certainly look at seriously closing this building, and the savings would be, I would say, less than that 300,000, because there's going to be, we haven't gone down that road very far. I would virtually guarantee there will be unforeseen, unanticipated costs that would pop up. And then, I'm the money guy, but Dr. Meinert could probably talk about just the non-quantitative costs of splintering the administration into various. It would be akin to a student receiving his education or her education possibly from different locations remotely. And, we could go on and on about that, but
I think
that's a huge
worth
issue.
letting the public hear that discussion, since it's been brought up multiple times in public testimony, what that would impact.
Yeah, and so as Mr. DeGraw said, I mean, there aren't cost savings there. I'll go as far as to say that, because if you're trading utility costs from this building to another, they're going to be very similar. And then in terms of a logistical leadership landscape and looking at that, obviously, as Mr. DeGraw said, splintering staff into multiple different buildings around the district is problematic, especially at a time with a lot of new administrators, me coming on board, really trying to build interdepartmental teams and get departments out of silos. That's something that I've heard a lot about as I've onboarded as superintendent, is that sometimes departments don't talk to other departments. And so moving those departments to separate buildings would be counterproductive in terms of building those bridges between departments and really ensuring adequate communication is taking place. And so that would be a real challenge for us if that occurred.
Anyone else, or I'll keep going? I'm not seeing anyone. So what non-admin programs are housed in this building? Because I know like across there's one that's not directly next to our security guard. Isn't that a whole other?
So next to our security guard houses some of our student support services, administration, and programs out. With that, there is one borough department that rural user services, I believe, that's within the ADC, but then everything else I think would be considered under that umbrella of administration here at the district office.
Yeah, so like McKinney-Vento or other things that are providing direct services to our schools, not so much like payroll or HR. They're housed here, but they are directly related to student support services.
Yeah, that's a big sigh, because I would argue that payroll and all of it does provide direct services to schools and students, and so I would hate to break it down to just McKinney-Vento.
Yes, that's misspeaking. I firmly, let me say, I'm trying to, because the public can't directly ask us questions, I'm giving us the opportunity to answer them. I fully believe this building and the staff in it supports our students every single day. So looking around the table, if you think that's where I'm going, it's not. I feel like we have to let the public hear answers to the questions they keep asking, because if we don't, it sounds like we're not listening. So let's have those conversations while we're sitting around a table. But I absolutely respect and value all of our administrative staff sitting at this table and know just how hard you work to support our students. I see it every day to the listening public, and I'm here a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just, Miss President Hardy, you mentioned first floor, McKinney-Vento, and some foster-related supports. Miss Gray could speak. You know, I know on the fourth floor there's things like 21st Century After School, and I'm sure a wide range of grant-related supports. We could go there, and then after Miss Gray, we could go to Miss Hall, talking about some special ed folks on the fourth floor as well that are directly related to school supports.
Absolutely. So in Student Support Services, we have our social emotional learning prevention team on the fourth floor, and we also do have some staff that support McKinney-Vento and foster care students as well. We have 21st Century After School Programming, and then Migrant Ed and Alaska Native Education. We have some staff on fourth floor and then some on the first floor as well. And all of those programs provide supports to students all throughout the district, including preschool students and some students in homeschool as well.
So the special education offices are on the fourth floor, and outside of direct special education administration, myself and the assistant director, we also have program coordinators that I had do a little bit of a time study over the last several days since we met last, and they're in schools working directly with students or student families in IEP meetings about 30 to 40% of their week. And then the rest of the time is in program administration. And then we also have our assistive technology. I call it a department because it used to be a department. It is now two people. Our assistive technology duo that is housed on the fourth floor. They're primarily housed in this building because we store a lot of technology that goes in and out of schools here in this building, and their access to that equipment is important, but I would say they spend easily 80 to 90% of their time is in schools. They just have to be able to get to all of the schools in the district.
Great. I'd also like the assistant superintendents to provide a general overview of the support that they provide schools.
So we regularly take calls from administrators back out in the school buildings. We answer questions about how to resolve problems, how to connect with the resources here. I oversee the nursing department and the music programs and work directly with teaching and learning and with the special education group. And we're basically like the connector for a lot of the schools to the resources here. You know, so often our office is their first call, and if we can't help them, we know exactly where to direct them.
Yes, I would echo that in terms of supporting all the secondary schools, and then also with Ms. Beam supporting all of our alternative learning programs as well. Also within that, oversee the CTE department, which has 3 staff members that are mostly grant funded as well, that provide direct support to schools in terms of grant management, staffing, developing our work-based learning and internship programs, as well as overseeing the Title IX specialist who works directly with schools and students in terms of doing our required investigations related to that, and then the student discipline specialist as well, who supports overseeing all of our student discipline appeals.
Excellent. And then Chain Beam, second floor with teaching and learning.
Yeah, I would say if you look at the org chart that starts with the orange on the top, and you look at those 6 or 7 bullet points, I would say all of those, except for professional development, go directly towards students. PD goes to teachers and then to students, but the rest of them all do, whether it's testing with the AK STAR or the benchmark testing that we do, or the textbooks that we buy, or the art center that we have, that we used to have 2 art coaches. We cut those a couple of years ago, and now we are responsible for keeping those kits up and running. ELL goes directly to the students. IT, to make sure that all of our kids not just can get on their computers, but then have access to all the programs that they're supposed to have. Those are all directly related to students. Yep, I'll stop there.
Ms. Marati, is it a follow-up for Mr. Beam? Nope. Okay, so I have a question for Mr. Beam, and then I will put you in the queue. Your department also supports things like kids voting, We the People, the science fair, all of the other spelling bee. Yes, please expound on that.
Spelling bee, which just happened. The ones that you just mentioned, Black History Month contest, we supported that. Not in the most direct way, but helped them put that on. Next year, we want to do a K-5 NYO district-wide. We're looking at doing that next year. So yeah, there are not just things that you see on paper, but there are many events that we put on. Yeah.
Ms. Marati, is it a question, or can they finish doing the district?
For like everything under admin, so feel free to.
You'll be first on the list. All right, continue with your.
All right, and then maybe, yep. All right.
I'll take the
Andy's
liberty of
excited to
talking
jump in.
IT, and Mr. Stevens can jump in if I pique his interest in a certain area. But yeah, so Power School support goes on in the IT world, directly to staff, teachers, or parents, students. I've talked about the user services group, computer techs, device techs, that they're actually going out into buildings. They're housed here. Unbeknownst to me, up until recently, they didn't even have, they were literally working out of their cars and trucks and had all their stuff. We've found them a home here, and so they have a place to be. It would be tough to not have a place to be. They're out, 18,000 devices district-wide, and they're out servicing those every day. And it's just unbelievable the work they do. So technology doing a lot of work, third floor, on directly supporting students, staff, and the school district.
And then lastly, I'd like to kick it over to Human Resources.
Thank you. One of the first things I'll state is in the budget book, you'll see that the Human Resources Department is budgeted for 16.5 FTE, but the number of actual FTEs that are in the HR department is 15.5. You'll see 0.5 is allocated to both the ESSA union president, and 0.5 is dedicated to the FEA union president. So we actually have 15.5 FTE that's dedicated to our department. The different areas that we oversee in the Human Resources Department is obviously with health benefits, onboarding of new employees after recruitment. So we have 2 folks that handle all of the recruitment for our district, which is a very heavy task. And then we have our coordinator group that helps facilitate and maintain our employees, ensuring that they're in compliance with state regulations such as mandatory training. A lot of times you hear like HR requires us to do all these trainings, and it's not actually HR. It's just that we have to ensure that people are in compliance with that, with their certification requirements and things of that sort. And then we also oversee the EEO office. And lastly, our employee relations specialist is really a point support for our supervisors and management throughout the district, ensuring that we're in compliance with contracts and employment law, and just providing support when things come in that sort, and doing internal investigations.
All right. Even though Lori Beam, she does have an office here, but technically works out of the Nordale Education Center, I'd love for her to share a little bit about the support she provides, also for the board's awareness. I believe next Monday we'll have a broader, not next Monday, spring break, yay. And we'll have our community forum out at North Pole. But the following Monday, we'll have an alternative learning systems presentation and report for the board to ask more extensive questions to Ms. Beam, but would love to give her the opportunity to give an overview of the support she provides schools.
Thanks. Similar to our assistant superintendents, I provide a lot of support to our administrators at the charter schools, at our other schools that are not official brick and mortar. I always say anything that does not happen in that traditional brick and mortar falls under my world. So that would be e-learning, Best Homeschool, Golden Heart Academy, Star of the North, CEC, North Star College, all of our alternative programs. So I assist parents, students, and administration in getting a lot of answers for very different types of questions.
And then I would be remiss if I didn't touch on my direct area of accounting and purchasing, and then my direct office. The accounting department, it's not common knowledge, they actually run the finances for our grants district-wide. So they are keeping all of our grants, millions of dollars of grants, in financial line and processing paperwork to make sure that we're accurately reporting out those grants to where we don't go sideways and risk losing grant funds. The county department successfully stood up a couple of years back the InTouch program, which allows us district-wide to swipe credit cards to pay for fees and costs, and to, most importantly, in my opinion, make donations to the school district. And so it's become super easy relative to a few years back to make those donations, and donation amounts have significantly increased. I can't count the times that the folks in the accounting department have literally been out in schools on school nights helping staff with portals to where community members and parents can swipe cards, and just helping staff make that easy and answer questions and facilitate that relatively new process. And then the accounting department also handles all of our club accounts district-wide, millions of dollars of donated funds and club accounts at all the various schools, and making sure that those funds are accounted for and processed. And certainly all of those things go directly to support staff and students in our schools. And then purchasing, it's I joke with our purchasing department, it's one of the drier areas of what we do, but extremely important, because there's laws and board policies centered around getting the best price possible that we can on millions of dollars of expenditures, and relatively small amounts of savings across a wide, very expensive landscape can mean easily hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings compared to not having those guidelines and having those staff members in place, making sure that we're appropriating our dollars appropriately and being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. So, and then I won't talk about me and Ms. Nielsen. So.
I missed a couple key things that Sarah and I do, and that all of us help with. One of those is emergency situations, and help with the communication and the management when there is an emergency that a school is trying to work through. We become quite key in that moment. Also, we help with the principal training. We do a new principal academy, and we meet with principals regularly each month to make sure that they are aware of any changes coming. We roll out district initiatives, and we work on school performance.
Yeah, and I think Ms. LaPlante understated the emergency response to schools. It's multiple times a day, every day, for these assistant superintendents that they're working with principals on some kind of response to something that's happened in their school. And so along with the full calendar that they have every day, they're fitting in these emergencies and doing it at a really high level to ensure that principals have support for what they need at their building, and then also we're appropriately communicating that out to the school communities.
Ms. Marotti.
I have about 15 questions, so stop me at any time and then let others go. We
We're
can
going to
come
do
back.
2, and then Mayor, and then we'll bounce back around.
Okay. So, and I do this every year. Mr. DeGraw, Dr. Minor, those that have been around for a while know it's my job to go through the budget with a fine-tooth comb, and when I do that, I come out with a lot of questions. I'm halfway through, so we're halfway through those questions tonight. Hopefully, we'll be halfway through those questions tonight. So, first one is on the budget on it's page 25 of the PDF, but the paper number of the page is not there. But it's under the expenses by objects. Under exempt salaries, there's an increase of $568,798. Could you just summarize what is causing that increase?
Not in this very moment, but we'll start to tally the questions and put that information together.
And if through the chair, if there's board consensus needed due to the amount of work that it's going to take to figure this out, please pipe in. Same page under expenses by object, the substitutes for certified staff, that's an increase of $741,479. Is there a brief answer for that?
Yes, that one I can. That's right sizing that number. We actually looked at actuals for the last 2 years and set that number based on actuals.
If it's possible and supported by the board, could the board see those actuals just for our own peace of mind? Yes. Same page, same area, expenses by objects, the textbooks. Sorry, but is that something that $415,000 increase, is that something that can be deferred?
I think Mr. Beam has provided information on that in the past. It is definitely something that could be deferred if the board wishes to continue to do so. I would caution the board that at some point in time, if you continue to defer certain curriculum materials or devices, there becomes a point of no return where it's snowballed so high that you're going to have a major issue to deal with. But in this budget cycle, that may be something that the board could potentially look at deferring.
Thank you. You want to
And
say?
apologize you, and I'm going to give it to Ms. Maple, and you're back in the queue.
My first question, I'm only going to cough when it's my turn to talk. My first question is a follow-up, goodness gracious, on Ms. Marati's question. One of the things that has come up in a couple of public testimony pieces and came up at the forum this past week was talking about the curriculum cycle when we're scheduled to replenish things. And from my understanding, this is something that's already been pushed off. Is that correct?
Yes, 2 years ago, that budget was 915,000. Last year, that cut down to 500,000. That's the 415,000. And now this was an effort to put that 450,000 back into. So last year, we did purchase some things that we needed. We did not purchase many science textbooks that we needed. So that's what got pushed off to this year. If that gets pushed again, we'll purchase this. We'll use this year to buy last year's science books, and we'll push off world language and art and some of there's just gradual roll downhill of things, and we'll have to catch up at some point.
So obviously to avoid the snowball piece of that is when I talked to Dr. Minor about it early, previously, he was reminding me that, or telling me that there's also, like when you get too far behind, that then there's whether it's virtual electronic components that then your things don't match. But in that, has your department considered how we could roll out a change in that cycle? Is that something that's been considered?
We've had talks about extending the cycle. Maybe instead of 6 years, it'd be 7 years or 8 years. Coming from the state, the expectation is that cycle goes through every 6 years. I don't think it's a law. I think it's an expectation, but I'm not positive about that, honestly. But we've talked about extending that. And honestly, we're kind of at that point now. Because of COVID, everything got pushed back, and now because of budget, things are getting pushed back. So we're kind of at that point, honestly, right now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yep.
Not related to any of those things, but something that is asked of me a lot, and I have received the answer, but I would like for it to be stated publicly. Why are we not talking about closing charter schools in these conversations?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. There's no ability for the school district to close charter schools, nor is there a real ability to cut, the services that we offer them. There's a certain percentage that the school district holds from the revenue that's provided to the school district and then through charter schools to provide operational and administrative services to charters. But then after that, they have a charter with the district, a contract with the district that sets certain parameters that the district cannot change, nor could the state at this point in time.
And that also then, when we're looking at like a breakdown, that lack of control at this level also applies to their specific staff within their schools?
It certainly does, and we've also heard questions about affecting their PTR. PTR is set within their charters, and they do have the ability to adjust their PTR. Coming back to the board, we saw that with Boreal Sun this year, and making revisions within their charters if they needed to increase class sizes, for instance, and which is something that might be a real possibility here in the future for many of our charters. President Hardy speaks very eloquently about this, that a BSA increase also helps charters. A non-BSA increase also hurts charters, just like it does our individual attendance area schools. And so they're feeling that squeeze just like we are, but they definitely have different parameters that the board, can't adjust on a yearly basis in this budget cycle.
Yeah, and just to add to that, they receive revenue from the district based on state law and their enrollment, and then they figure out their specific staffing in their individual buildings. We don't dictate staffing to them. They fit the staffing within the revenue they receive and their other costs.
Thank you. Do I have another?
I'm just going to pass it back to Ms. Marati, and then I'll put you back in the queue.
Through the chair, is it related to what you were, I don't want to, okay. Next question, again on PDF page 25, expenses by object under equipment. There's an increase of $376,998. Do we know what that is?
Not off the top of my head. I'm venturing.
You know what? I think I just found it. So on page 162 was actually my last question. 162 under network and computer
Could be the
services.
laptops.
Is that was my question? Is that laptops?
What was the number again?
In
386.
on page 25 of the PDF, it's 376,998. Oh, it's rounded up. Yeah, so 386. So it is the laptops. Don't shoot the messenger. Because this is laptops, I just want the public to know, what are the consequences of deferring this again?
Yeah, so the direct consequence, there's a couple of responses to this. Again, if I miss some items, I'll invite Mr. Stevens to chime in after my remarks. A couple of items. One is just the continued decline of the performance of the devices. So we're already seeing a certain percentage of failure within the devices that are getting older and older. Another thing is at some point, and I don't know if this is in the realm yet, but at some point they don't update anymore. They're not supported anymore. The other thing that we're looking at seriously is there are buyback opportunities. So not necessarily now with these devices that are hitting the 5-year-old mark, but with future purchases, it would behoove us very likely, and Mr. Stevens' department is looking at this intensely of, what about a 3-year option where we get significant value when we sell them back to a vendor? And then that helps us on our next purchase. So it might even benefit us to go a shorter term. But anything to add to those points, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, thank you. For one, to address your last point, I think a 3 or 4 year cycle makes a lot of sense. We keep the devices more modern, which eliminates a lot of problems for our help desk and our techs, and helps the teachers perform their education duties consistently. Oh, okay. Thank you. Another aspect that we've noticed with this specific MacBook Airs that the educators have right now is that the USB-C charging port is failing higher than normal, and those are soldered on components, so they must be replaced at this point, and we're doing it as a one-off instead of as a bulk order, which would save us some money. To go along with the operating system support, rumors are looking like this summer for the next version of Mac OS will be out, which would then give us from July to October to replace the devices, or look at a more expensive cost of installing a new operating system on an old device. They will lose their system updates from Apple. We will still have our antivirus support, but we'll lose any type of Apple support, which is vital for the safe functioning of these machines, especially in the cybersecurity atmosphere that today's world is in.
May I follow up?
Sure.
Thanks. So thank you for that, and I hope it makes more sense for everybody. But following up on that, so I understand the difference between replacing one at a time versus bulk and how that saves money. That's what the equipment replacement fund is. So why are we not using the equipment replacement fund to replace these devices?
So that's likely what we'll be looking at. And I think it was Mr. Dorn and I had this back and forth a couple of work sessions ago. His suggestion was, well, you can go ahead and make the purchase. There's dollars there to do it. We'll just be delaying potentially. It'll be a decision on whether or not to delay the replenishment of the funds that we use. So we're looking at just shy now. 4 or 5 years ago, it was about 1.4, 1.5 million. We're up to just shy of $2 million will be the purchase. So we've seen significant inflation there. That would be the scenario where we make the purchase, 1.9 million-ish, and then each year that we delay replenishing that, we're falling behind by another $450,000, $500,000 for the next purchase. So we make the purchase, the lump sum, the bulk purchase out of equipment replacement, and then we have to replenish those funds with general funds from the IT department. So hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, that if that's the route the board decides to take of leaving that repayment out again for FY25, it's very possible that we will make the decision to replace the devices, but then we're in a significant danger zone there for I wouldn't even say long term. We're looking near term, 3 to 4 years out. Each year we delay that replenishment payment. It snowballs, bigger and bigger trouble. So to answer your question, Ms. Murat, yes, we very well could do that, and we very likely would replace them without that item in the budget if the board were to eliminate it.
So one more, just to be clear. If we take this out of the budget under the general fund, the administration can still replace devices through the equipment replacement fund, and then the board will replenish it over time, slowly. So all of the consequences that we just spoke about could be solved by using the equipment replacement fund. It'll just delay the ability to do it again.
Correct.
Okay.
We would be immediately behind
Yep.
on the next purchase.
Got it.
And then each year it's about $450,000, $500,000 of falling behind
Okay.
for that next purchase.
Thank you.
Before we move to Ms. Maple, Ms. Marati, if you could email Mr. DeGraw some of those page-specific number questions so that he's able to either give you answers or in some way, not that you can't ask them, but that it seems like that would help the.
I would love to.
Thank you. And then Ms. Maple.
Okay, so now I have, to make sure I understood what Ms. Marati just asked and you answered, that could look like X number of savings this year, but would be kicking the can. But it could be a this year.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that term. It's Exhibit A of kicking the can.
Okay, yeah, sure. There's more coming.
Yes.
Was it back to me? Have we, prefacing with what Ms. Hardy said, just for the sake of also saying it, I fully recognize the value of all of the positions listed out in this binder. And have gone through all of my Post-it notes with Dr. Meinert, and a lot of my questions, he was able to really clearly say, like, you know, that looks like this on paper, but that's grant funded. That looks like this on paper. I asked a question about the Assistant Director of Nutrition Services. Like, is that actually like an imperative position? He said, well, actually that person is usually in the school serving lunches, filling in gaps. So there's these pieces that aren't clear here. So forgive me if I ask another one in this very public setting that has an answer like that, or that somebody could find offense to. I'm sorry. In looking through the budget binder, I'm wondering if there's been kind of a deep dive into things that, while aren't duplicated, could be, that there could be position reductions, specifically looking at assistant directors and those overlaps with other assistant positions and executive assistant positions within administrative departments.
Yeah, there's certainly been that look, and it would continue to be our recommendation that the board sets a threshold in terms of the dollar amount that they would want to see administration cut. In my proposed budget, I proposed a $300,000 cut at the ADC. I believe in Mr. Doran's pool that he's been talking about recently, he added another $200,000 to that. And so we would go back and have continued conversations of what that might potentially look at. I hesitate to call out any specific positions such as assistant directors or class of positions within the school district. One of the hard things that we often see, and you've seen now with the historic cuts that have been year after year, a lot of the work rolls up, it can't necessarily roll down. And so as positions have continually been cut, we continue to ask more and more of our coordinators, directors, assistant directors, and executive directors. And so that work has to go somewhere. People are often like, well, just cut off that service. Well, I haven't, we've done a lot of thinking around this. We haven't figured out a service yet that's not a service that we should be providing our students, our staff, our school district. And so, that continued work that teachers are feeling in the classroom, there's certain continued work that administration is feeling at the ADC as there's been continued cuts over the years.
A follow-up to that, we recently saw a presentation from the group that audited our communications department. And we did get dinged. There were some things that they said that, we aren't hitting the mark on. Is it reasonable to say that those things are a result from that department being cut over the past couple of years?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things, we didn't have Rebecca share out about her mighty team of 2, but they are a mighty team. It's impressive the amount of work our communications team does, and it's 2 people. And we definitely feel the impact of that when it comes to, the communications audit or certain things that people call out that, hey, it would be great if you communicated on X, a little bit more, or a little bit differently. And we're certainly always looking at ways to strive and do better, but there is a limited amount of capacity among the 2 people in a department.
Last follow-up to that. Are there other departments within, that are housed here that we're talking about within this, that we've seen similar, similar fallout where through an audit, we've seen that, oh no, we cut too far?
Well, yeah, not specifically to an audit, but I'll just give my story. In my office, I'm an office of 2 directly, myself and our budget specialist, Miss Nielsen. When I first arrived at the district, there was a business services director that was right next to me, and that person had a large role to play in the budget, putting together our annual budget. Folks see the meetings and the spreadsheets that consolidate everything and the slides. It takes a lot of work to put together a $240 million budget. I'll just leave it at that. And that doesn't do it justice. It's $240 million. So a business services director was right next to me and had a huge part in that. That business services director is gone now. And so I have employed significant help from Miss Herbert, our accounting services director. She's good with numbers. She showed interest a few years back in getting into the budget arena and improving her skills in that area. So she has kind of, so to speak, replaced what I lost from the business services director, and she's helped tremendously. A ton of work she has done behind the scenes, setting up kind of the structure of our budget and helping us make sure that we have accuracy built into that process. She has had to offload duties that she had prior to her assistant director of accounting. And so it's a position lost. Like Dr. Meinert said, the services, the duties don't typically disappear. Very rarely do they disappear. And so it rolls up. It really does. And so that's an example directly in my world that has put much more duties and responsibilities and time requirement on an assistant director specifically, that our accounting services director did those things before, but now she's playing a key role in our budgeting process. And so that's just a direct example in my world.
I've got a follow-up to that too. You sparked something.
I'm sorry, President Hardy. And just, I forgot to mention, back in 2019, the accounting services department had 12 FTE. Now they have either 9 or 10. So they've been cut 20 to 30% in their department in that time frame. And so, sorry.
That segues perfectly. I was going to ask, because I remember last year during our audit that it was mentioned that our accounting services department is understaffed, according to our auditors.
And she has done a ton of work comparing our administrative services departments to other school districts. And she would, yes, she has data, empirical data to show that relative to other big 5 districts in the state, we're staffed at lower levels. In Anchorage, Mat-Su, Kenai, there is a chief operations officer, and there is also a chief financial officer. There are 2 people, and in our district we have 1. So I handle all of those duties. So,
Ms. Marati?
Thanks. Do we know how much the strategic plan that's budgeted this year and increasing the Board of Education's budget will cost?
I've recommended putting $100,000 into the board's budget for strategic planning, and talking with superintendents around the country and potential consultants. That's about the going rate for continued work on the strategic plan next year.
May I follow up? What are the consequences of pushing that out?
A not as robust strategic planning process, and I think the facilitation of it would be a challenge for my administration to take on at the level that a facilitator would help with.
Let me rephrase that. I am very happy with our current strategic plan, and I would, to save $100,000 right now, which sounds like is the cost of a teacher, non-rep, and most of a principal, I would be in support of pushing the whole strategic planning, not having admin facility, but pushing that out a couple years until the state or borough can fund us, at a rate that can cover that.
I'm going to put myself in the queue as part of that answer. I don't think our current strategic plan is serving us well. I think it focuses on personalized learning, which is something that was started a while ago and is not exactly where we are in this current budget anymore. And part of getting us off the merry-go-round is folding in the strategic planning with holistically looking at our district and saying, how do we manage to lower our PTR, because we can't keep adding to it, look at our buildings, look at how we re-envision education in Fairbanks, given the fact that we are severely underfunded. And having that conversation without assistance from people who have done this before is going to be really difficult. And I think we keep hearing from our community that they want us to have that conversation, and we can't kick that down the road. They don't want to have another budget session like this next year. I don't think anybody wants to be having a consolidated 2-month discussion on the budget, and the only way we do that is by starting this summer on strategically planning out what our district actually looks like. Ms. Maple.
It's every time. If we move forward with the strategic planning, could we, okay, 2 ifs. If we move forward with the strategic planning, and if we can work with, where we're able to have the most direct conversation about our funding is here in the borough, that it's humans that are here with us that we can communicate with and talk about our needs, and hopefully have the borough approve a budget that helps us move forward. If we are able to work with the budget work with the borough as a team to figure out how we can get funding that is very much a Band-Aid, that is not reliable for future years, and we move forward with strategic planning. Could we use that as an opportunity to start this summer, front load conversations about facilities, about our footprint, and have theoretically push off the bulk of this conversation about school closures until we can have a facilitated conversation about facilities that is very, I mean, I hear the community saying that they want to see, that they want more transparency, and I am pained by that because I feel like I'm impressed with the transparency. I don't share the concern, but I understand the concern, and I wonder if having that conversation be facilitated by an outside group that would be doing our strategic planning, that could be a path for that conversation, if we can get a Band-Aid to allow us to have time to do that. Does that fit within the strategic planning that we're hoping to do?
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly encourage the board to have as one of their main components a facilities portion of the strategic plan. I think it's important for the borough and the school district to be engaged in that process together and have a wide stakeholder group weigh in on what does it look like for our schools in the next 5 and 10 years, and then putting that focus in place with the resources that come behind it in future budget seasons. And so starting that work in the fall or even late summer, I think is really important leading into a budget cycle next year. And whether or not that incorporates in with a delayed strategic plan, we could certainly just take that component on. It wouldn't necessarily be at that $100,000 mark if we were just looking at a facilities component of a strategic plan. That would be probably one of the 4 or 5 components that a board would look at when they're building an overall 5-year strategic plan. So that might be a possibility for the board as well.
I'm going to go to Mr. Burgess, but I have Ms. Marati after him, but he hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to chime in on that conversation and say I think that it is important that we do our strategic planning, and President Hardy and Dr. Meinert already know that I support that because I've emailed them on that subject specifically, and even, wishing that it had already been done, because I think that preparing part of strategic planning, especially when we're talking about predicted budget shortfalls, is preparing the community too. And so I just wanted to chime in there and say that I think it's important that we move forward there.
Ms. Marati.
Thanks. I want to preface with, I don't like having to say, like, don't kill the messenger, or I'm sorry I'm asking this. I hope we can continue to have ask very hard questions without retaliation or hard feelings or anything like that. Because we all have to ask incredibly hard questions tonight and every night that we're together. So preface with that, I'm not going to say anything about that after this. Okay, let's see, where am I? If I could get the cost of travel to NSBA, I've been there. I think it's amazing. I think everyone should get to go. I don't think this is the time for the cost that I think it would cost.
So you say that acronym so people know what you
National School Board Association. So they have an annual conference. We go to the Alaska one. I think we should keep travel to Juneau intact, and then also student travel when that's available. But NSBA is a privilege. It's a great privilege, but it's a privilege and something that we can reduce at this time, in my opinion. Can I ask another one?
Go ahead.
Okay. In accounting services, not asking for any cuts, don't worry. In accounting services on page 61, under professional and technical services, there's an increase of $25,335. It looks like it's credit card fees, but I'm just curious why now. We've always had those, so what's the difference this year compared to previous years?
I'm going to say what I think the answer is and look to Ms. Herbert. An increase in dollars running through the InTouch program. And
yes, we broke $1 million last year in credit cards.
Yes. So small price to pay for a massive, as I referenced earlier, a massive surge in donations and ease of paying fee, yeah, just through the simplicity of using InTouch, so that's what that is.
That's a wonderful reason. Thank
I
you.
have a follow-up on Ms. Marati's question. Do we currently allow people to elect to pay the credit card fee as part of their donation? Like, when you donate to GoFundMe or different other donation sites, you can elect to pay X extra amount of dollars to cover the processing fee.
You would, do you want to?
So we don't have the option to give people we can't give donors the option to pay their credit card processing fee. And normally donors don't want to have to pay a processing fee if they're already willing to donate the numerous dollars they are willing to. But we do charge an online convenience fee. So families that want to pay in their pajamas on a Sunday morning while drinking their coffee can pay the processing fee. Or if them and their students come into any district building, it doesn't have to be where their students are at, they can avoid that processing fee.
I don't have anyone on the list. Ms. Maple, you're looking? Ms. Maple?
I'm trying to walk the line of not calling out. I understand the, like, what you would, like, what you're asking for is a number, and then that within your, you know, administration, you figure out what that looks like. I don't know how to totally avoid doing that. So I'm not, but I'm trying. I know that we had a proposal put forward for contracting out custodial. That conversation has been like notably absent from a lot of these conversations. It feels to me like that's something that between testimony and between the advocacy work of a lot of those folks that I'm certainly leaning very far away from, and I'm interested in, you know, we had the proposal from facilities that was, you know, saving $1.5 million through custodial outsourcing. On paper, it's a massive department. I'm curious if we will look into other potential cost-saving methods that do not include outsourcing custodial. I'm trying to talk around any positions.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, the request within FMD itself, like that department?
Yeah, so Ms. Carrion is out ill tonight, but she would quickly say that department has already seen massive reductions over a, you know, if we were to look at a 10, 15-year history, you know, not too long ago there was about 150 custodians in the department. Now there's 100. Certainly, and they deal with vacancy challenges as well. So, you know, if we wanted to look at savings through vacancies, that's been brought up by several board members. Well, what are our vacancies? What can we do without now? You know, there's in the neighborhood of 8 or 10 vacancies right now, I believe. But, you know, certainly a reduction in that department, in the maintenance department, it's going to be extremely difficult because they're always perpetually behind and just, you know, just constantly running to keep ahead or just to try to stay within striking distance of problems and challenges that our facilities are facing. So we could, long story short, we could make reductions there, but that would really almost bolster the argument, especially if it was in the custodial arena, that would just bolster the argument of contracting out. You know, if we get to a certain point where there's just so few actual custodians to maintain our buildings, that it starts to make the argument more amenable to actually contract the services out.
And when I'd be interested in what that looks like, not touching custodial. But there is one addition to in the proposed FY25 budget in that department. Do we know about that position?
Yeah, so that's a maintenance foreman. And as recently as about 3 years ago, there were actually 2 maintenance foreman positions, and we cut both of those a few years back. I believe it was about 3 years ago. So that's restoring one of those. And they deal directly with our maintenance techs in the various different areas, electrical, carpentry, HVAC, plumbing, and they're processing jobs, and there are a lot of quality control monitoring there and working with the borough, making sure that jobs are done efficiently and correctly to avoid further, snowballing problems because of maybe work that wasn't done correctly. So, yeah, I mean, there's just, I appreciate the eyes on different things, and we certainly can do, certain things here and there, but, especially in the FMD world, that would come at a cost, so, yeah.
Mr. Burgess, and then it'll be Ms. Marati.
Just following up on that, I understand, being on the budget committee last year and hearing a similar presentation from Ms. Carey on, this year, I really understand that department has been cut quite a lot. But I'm wondering, though, because on paper, there's more non-represented staff in that department than most others, it looks like, and they appear to be mostly supervisory positions. So I'm wondering if we're trading out supervisory positions for the people who actually are doing the work, and if that's a good trade-off.
So, yeah, you're talking about a $20 million department, highly complex, spread out, a lot of different buildings. It's about 130, 140 employees. So, yeah, in that maintenance foreman position that recently added back again, really a direct relation to the work that's being done in the trenches on a daily basis. So, like I mentioned, earlier, we can look at anything. There's certainly going to be, trade-offs and downsides to making reductions, especially in that department, the non-rep arena there, those folks, have their sleeves rolled up on a daily basis. So just because of the nature of the work that they're doing. But.
Ms. Marati?
I noticed that we are reducing our recruiters, and I'm just wondering, no? You're shaking your head, no, that's good, because I don't know how we would do that in a shortage.
Correct. We have two. We've had two all school year. We originally had 3, but at the start of the year, we transferred that position back to the admin services department for the risk management piece. And so last year, we eliminated the risk management piece. That was very heavily hit at the schools. That was, we got a lot of feedback about the difficulty that caused for schools. And so when we looked at restructuring, we switched that FTE back to admin services where we had a vacancy in that area anyhow. So we have been all school year, we've been with 2. So we reduced at the beginning, but it's not, in the end, we have 2 and we will continue with 2.
To add on to that, there was major concern from the borough too, and not being consulted in that cut for that risk management position specifically. And so Mayor Ward was really concerned of not having that liaison on our side to work with the risk manager on the borough side. So that went into part of the conversation, the decision to add that position back.
Thank you for that. However, I wasn't talking about the risk management position. I'm talking about page 74. It says last year we had 2 recruiting technicians. This year we have 1. And so I'm just wondering what the justification was to cut 1.
We also have a HR coordinator that's dedicated to recruitment as well. So we have 2, one HR coordinator and 1 recruiting technician. So we have 2 folks in our department that's dedicated to recruiting. They're just at different levels of
So one just
staffing.
moved up.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So we basically reorged a little bit in our department with the FTEs that we had based on what the needs of our district were over the year, because it ebbs and flows of what our needs are. And so,
Yeah.
yes.
I would say that's a high need, so I appreciate
it is,
actually
yes.
the higher look at it. I have another question, if I may. I saw a reduce, and maybe I'm wrong now. I saw a reduction in nurses. I know that one of them went to a health aide or health technician or health assistant, but it's still a reduction overall. And I'm just wondering what the justification was.
Yeah, so Ms. LaPompe might jump in after my remarks, but those nursing professionals are allocated from a district-wide account. And just how there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of movement between schools. There's a lot of movement in the district to out of the district, people leaving, coming, going. The way it shook out last year, how we budgeted positions last year was we had an extra 1.5 FTE that we were able to reduce for next year's budget and still maintain one health professional in each school building. So the number of FTEs that we budgeted for last year was 1.5 more than what we ended up needing this year. And I apologize, I can't give you how the sausage was made on how we got to those numbers.
And
I don't need to know anything about sausage.
Yeah. Well, to get in a little bit of the sausage, and that maintains the actual people in their positions too. So it's not just a change of positions and then having to find other people to fill those. That maintains the people that are currently in those positions.
I have three more questions. I can wait though if someone else wants to go.
I'm going to ask one of mine, and then we will bounce back to you. So on our Balancing Act tool, it gives options for making cuts to administration, and one of those cuts is over $500,000, so $600K reduction to ADC. Could you tell us what that kind of cut would mean to this building's ability to provide services to our schools?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a stab at it, and then I'm sure Mr. DeGraw would want to continue the conversation. I think with tonight, the data that we've showed is that over the course of the last several years, this building has continued to be cut on a yearly basis, and we've definitely sustained those cuts. And I would say some services have been degraded or lost, and that'll continue to be the case as if there's continued positions that are cut at this level, that services are lost, and oftentimes the time and effort that's associated with those services gets directly transferred to schools, because schools are reaching out to the district office for something that we're providing them support with, we're providing them with whatever it may be, and if that's not there at the high level that they expect, they stop calling or they don't call at all. And so that goes directly, squarely on the shoulders of our principals, that then trickles down through teachers as well, or teachers just picking up the phone and calling HR and getting an answering machine, and maybe somebody calling them back in 3 to 4 days when they actually have the time to get back to them because they're not staffed at that appropriate level, or in a classroom, a maintenance issue, because we've cut X maintenance workers that they can't get to that boiler or the little zone that controls the heat that goes, makes a room super hot or super cold. And I know how that affects students' learning. I hear it from my own kids. If a room is super hot, my son's like, I cannot think in that room. But those are the types of things we would see as we continue to cut positions. And so just as there are no easy cuts in schools with our educators in the classrooms, there's no easy cuts here either that wouldn't necessarily impact the support that we're providing schools and ultimately the education that our students are provided with.
Ms. Marati.
Thanks. Under social emotional learning, personnel detail, it says we're reducing our social service managers by 0.5. Is that a reduction, or is that just moving it to a grant? Grant, okay. May I ask another? Similar Alaska Native education, so it's a significant decrease, not just 0.5. It's significant. Are we reducing, or are we moving that to a grant?
Grant.
Great. See, I gave you the easy ones. And I have one more, if that's allowed. Okay. Teaching and learning. $82,000 is budgeted for testing, like MClass and MAPS testing, I believe. Could this be covered by the Alaska Reads Act increase in funding? It's on page 147.
I think we need to take a look at that specific line item, but that might be something that we could take a look at in terms of covering if there is that increase with SB 140.
Thank you. Oh, if that goes through, you're right, good point. Should that go through? Yeah, it's on page 147 under professional and technical services, and then it says testing 82,000, M-class maps and intervention support for district-wide universal screening.
Yeah, that could be some map licenses that the state does not cover. I'd have to look back at my budget book to know for sure what that, but the 82, I feel like has been consistent for the last several years, but I can go and take a quick look at that.
Okay, that'd be great if we could look into that. I have kind of a follow-up to my own question, if that's okay.
Sure, because I had a follow-up to that. Does it relate directly to what he just said?
It relates to the Alaska Reads Act.
Can I ask him one question real
Yes,
quick? And then we'll
absolutely.
bounce back to you. You mentioned map licenses that the state does not cover. So we're mandated to give these tests, but we also have to pay for the licenses, or do they cover some portion of them?
DEED pays for grades 3 through 9, but we also have some 10th graders who take it. So there are a few here and there that we have because the kids are kind of at the level where we still need to kind of keep track of where they are. So it's a few, not a lot. It wouldn't cover the whole 82,000, which is why I want to come in here and take a quick look at it. But there are some.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. Ms. Marati.
Yes, my very last question for tonight. Speaking of Alaska Reads Act, and the increased funding that we may get with SB 140, I would love for us to consider potentially using those funds. I know they're earmarked for other things, so it would have to be like a compromise maybe, but using those funds to reinstate the kindergarten aides that have been talked about cutting. I've heard from educators that they cannot do the testing required and without kindergarten aides in that position.
So I hear what you're saying. I would provide the board with extreme caution in going that direction in terms of using the dedicated, if it comes to us, the dedicated Reads Act funding for kindergarten aides. That's roughly almost about the same amount of money that we would receive from the state for our Reads Act interventions. A part of the Reads Act legislation that we talked about at the board level before that has been unfunded is the requirement for school districts to provide outside of school support and summer support. The district, in looking at that at a pretty high level, estimates that cost to be at about $1.5 million. The state, in looking at what we might get from Reads Act, would be at the $1.1 million. So not even enough money to necessarily provide those outside of school interventions that are required by the law, let alone potentially add in or add back additional FTEs. And so I do have Mr. Beam and Ms. LaPont looking at the exact numbers of what that might look like in terms of the outside of school intervention supports and other things that we can do to meet the Reads Act. But I would caution the board from sweeping any kind of dedicated funds for Reads Act into the general fund to offset other expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Maple.
Can we look into the cost savings associated? I understand this would not be something that likely could be implemented if there was any interest at all next year, but the cost savings associated with half-day kindergarten and how that impacts without PTR going up, number of kids in a classroom over the course of a day increasing, and the needs for kinder aides.
And the increase in transportation.
Yes, we certainly can. And there was a comment to also look at the increases in potential transportation for that as well. And so, yes, I think that would be something great to look at for next budget cycle. As the board knows, for FY26, we have another projected deficit going into FY26, and there'll certainly be things that we need to look at creatively to potentially restructure things. And so we'll have that ready for the board for next year.
And then I have one last question. understanding that the optics on everything that happened with Nordale being closed and then Nordale being repurposed are bad. And that the general, what we hear consistently from the community is a lot of skepticism because of that happened. Can you share a brief explanation of how that building's being used now and how it works within our district?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to give a general overview of the utilization for BEST correspondence program, and then I want Lori to talk about the day-to-day operations because she oversees that building, and I think it's important to hear her voice in the room. But BEST Homeschool is now our largest school in the district. It has roughly 970 students. It's grown exponentially since COVID, so over 300% growth. I'm told it's the fastest growing homeschool program in Fairbanks, second fastest growing homeschool program in the state. And we think the utilization of BEST having Nordale as a standalone facility has tremendously helped that growth. Lori on a regular basis talks to families as they're coming in and choosing different homeschool programs that are available, and that having that facility is a differentiator for a lot of our families. Certainly being able to come in and access the gym and access classrooms and just having a non-complicated facility to go into on a regular basis with oftentimes your kids in tow is a life changer for a lot of our homeschool families. And so our BEST Homeschool program is definitely utilizing that program for the homeschool program. We get a lot of questions about, does the money that BEST bring in cover the costs of Nordale facility? And yes, it does. The real costs of Nordale are the utilities there. And, we've said this publicly before, BEST Homeschool provides the district with millions of dollars of surplus, so about $2 million that is then utilized to benefit students in other schools around the district in our brick and mortar schools. And so, potentially not having that facility or not having BEST available within our district would come at a harm of the general fund and then, of course, the educational options we're able to provide our students. I would love for Lori to talk about the other, utilization of that building for SMART, ABLE, and those types of things.
So common misconception, BEST takes the whole Nordale, which is totally incorrect. BEST has half of the first floor and not even the whole side of it. So I would really encourage board members who have never been there to come on over so they can see for themselves. At Nordale, we have Annie, Alaska Room, SMART, e-learning, CPI, I think that's it, and ABLE, yes. We use the rooms, I think all of the rooms are being utilized. There might be a couple offices upstairs on the second floor that are not. Currently, if you were to come over, we're starting to condense a little bit up on the second floor because we're starting to get ready for summer school. Summer school for acceleration and for credit recovery for high school will take up almost the entire second floor, and we'll have approximately 300 students there during the summer. And there's something going on all the time. If you come over, there's middle school hangout in the gym, high school hangout. We have Lego. We have getting ready for science Olympiad. I think we just finished that. So also science fair, anything that has to do with some of the things that happen outside of that the other schools are doing, we do during the day when parents come in typically for homeschool. I'm trying to think what else that we use. I mean, we use almost every bit of that building. SMART takes turns using the gym because they're there. They use the cafeteria. We have e-learning. Some of our e-learning kids come in for tutoring because our full-time e-learning students are at home, but they're connected to a school. But we have a full-time e-learning for middle school, so those kids also come in for tutoring when they're able to.
The one thing that, thank you, Lori, for the extensive overview there of the Nordale Education Facility. The one other thing that was left off, and Kate Hall might want to talk about this, but Child Find.
So Child Find is an obligation under special education to locate and diagnose students with disabilities that live in our community. Child Find ranges through age 21, but we sort of generically call Child Find what we do for our preschool students who are not yet in kindergarten. And we used to bring those preschoolers and their families into this room, which is a very child-friendly space. And parents were trying to park in the back 40 lot that's across the way and dragging strollers, little kids and that sort of thing. So again, having that dedicated parking space and a school facility that feels like a school when little kids walk into it. And our goal in those assessments is to gauge the students' developmental abilities and sort of their general functioning. And that in this environment of this room was really not very possible. And we've had Child Finds at other school buildings at times, which is doable, but again, you're moving, there's test kits and there's equipment and there's toys and all of the things that go with little guys that you're trying to move around the district. So having that dedicated space is helpful. And CPI was brought up. The Crisis Prevention Institute training is something that we do. It's a requirement of DEED. It's training for de-escalation techniques for staff as well as if there has to be hands-on. And that used to be able to be done only a few times a year because we didn't have a dedicated space for it and we were bringing in tons of people at once. We do it continuously throughout the year now in really small groups, which helps with our substitute coverage and not having people out of classrooms as frequently. And that takes place at Nordale also, which would be very difficult to do in other places.
So some of the building also gets used for, and I'll use this for an example over the last couple of weeks. This weekend, we housed their students who were here from out of town from the wrestling tournament that was going on over at Tanana. We had probably 8 schools that were staying the night and using facilities from Wednesday night to Sunday morning. Several weeks back, we had music on our schools. They were coming over during the day, so all of our middle schools to use it for a spot to get away, but they were all together, so they used the gym, they used our Lego room, they used our band room. So there are other programs outside of Nordale, what's normally there, that come in and use the facilities because there's some spots that are bigger if we reserve the gym or reserve our commons or reserve our band room, that other schools come in and use it.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yep, go ahead.
When we've talked about, we can't get our own revenue, but something that's come up a lot, and it came up at the assembly meeting too, was further investing in BEST and how we get even more students. And something that came up at the forum, and then somebody testified about it here, is having one of our BEST instructors be either part-time or some version of something out at Two Rivers to further reach families that are further away. Is that something that is viable?
I'll start and then I'll let Dr. Meinert finish. We would love to be able to do that. Last year we started talking to Nick Hoy out at Salsha to try that. However, his school became overloaded with capacity, so we were not able to do that. Currently, I have 5 teachers I'm sorry, your number is incorrect. We have 1,020 students. I have 5 teachers to handle that. So yes, as soon as we can hire some more people on, we would love to do that because that's part of our philosophy for homeschool is community. And anything that we can get out and be part of the community we absolutely love that.
Yeah, additionally, I mean, as a long-term, I think, strategic move for the board, as we add additional staffing to BEST, which I would strongly encourage, looking at potential options to include a staff member out in North Pole or in Two Rivers. And so we can provide support to those families so they don't have to always drive in all the way to Nordale. Of course, they're welcome to stop by the facility even if they were to access their teacher out in North Pole. But I do think it would provide BEST with a strategic advantage if we did have some staff members located around the borough.
And then if I could just provide some financial information around this conversation. So it often comes up, why not close Nordale? we spend about $250,000 a year to keep that building open. So utilities run in the 170, 180,000 range a year. We have a fraction of a custodian that maintains the building. And then certainly there's always, you know, minor maintenance and supply costs that go along with keeping a building open. So I would say conservatively it's probably less, but I always throw out the $250,000 number. So if you were to look at, Dr. Minert referenced, we make in excess, I always say this because it's just weird, you know, but the program generates, those homeschool students and that enrollment generates over $2 million a year in excess revenue that we're able to dedicate to our brick and mortar schools. So if you're looking at, if we were to just the amount, you know, I hear it on the streets. Like I have friends that, you know, run into the store. Oh, the Nordic, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. After a while, it's not anecdotal anymore. It's a real thing. When COVID first occurred, we were at 270 best students, jumped to between 6 and 650 through COVID. I thought it was going to be a big drop back down. It didn't drop. It kind of sustained around between 600 and 650. It kind of just stayed there. And then when we opened Nordale, that's when we've gone from 6 to 650 to over 1,000 students. So that growth is every single student directly related to us having Nordale? No, but it's safe to say it's hundreds of students of impact to that program because of the popularity of that facility. So if you're looking at the revenue that we would lose by saving the 250, it would be kind of, you know, stepping over nickels to, or whatever it is, stepping over dollars to pick up dimes, I think is the saying. So yeah, it's $250,000 is the number for the board and for the public that we generally spend to keep that building open versus having it closed.
I also wanted to add to that, Ms. Marati, I'll get you next. With SB 140, if it passes, it increases the correspondence multiplier to a full student, which means that will directly also increase the amount of revenue that our homeschool students bring into the district. And I know sitting before I ever got on this board and watching previous boards go through this and the Norridale Center, and I have heartburn from what happened there. That is a hard pill to swallow, but the reasons why other districts are not facing the deficits that we're facing is because they got on the homeschool train really early, and they have taken students out of our district. We have so many other homeschool programs operating here in Fairbanks, and we were not competitive, and becoming competitive will help us get out of this budget deficit cycle that we're in. Ms. Marati.
Thanks. Just to follow up on what Ms. Beam was talking about, that's inside the Nordale Center. You mentioned credit recovery for high school. Is that different than what the CEC provides? And how?
Yes, our credit recovery at Nordale will be 9 through 12. CEC credit recovery this summer will be seniors.
So the duplicative?
No, he's
For seniors?
really concentrating on those students who will put in that credit recovery, those classes, and then graduate in June, at the end of June. Ours are to keep them going, so when they go back to school in August, they'll be able to either catch up or they'll be, as some of them end up going ahead of their credit. So yeah.
May I follow up? Is this new or is
No.
this something I've missed?
No. For the credit recovery that's at Nordale, you mean? It is not new. Since it's been over at Nordale, we've been doing it. Before being at Nordale, we did it upstairs on the second floor. Or sometimes down here in the boardroom.
Okay, great.
And this is something that also happens at each of our individual high schools as well. They do credit recovery with their students. So CEC certainly plays a valuable role in credit recovery options for our students, but our individual high schools also do credit recovery, oftentimes using Acellus or Apex with their students.
Mr. Burgess.
Okay, thank you. So just because it came up that, you know, that Best Homeschool has to compete with homeschools around the state from other districts, I just want to note that, you know, that isn't great. I personally feel like that's something that should never have been introduced, and that maybe it should be something that we consider for legislative priorities to talk to the state about, because that's, you know, actively sucks money away from our communities. But moving on, I did have a question related to BEST, and I think you kind of hinted at it already with the growth of it, but I did notice that in the budget we're adding 4 positions to BEST while increasing PTR throughout the rest, or proposing increased PTR throughout the rest of the district, and I just thought you could address that maybe.
We're adding 2 positions. I think the one position that's in there was the tutor position that was already there. It just, I think we just kind of right-sided it in the budget, but we're adding 2 teacher positions.
And we could probably get a clarification on the what it looks like in the budget book, but I do want to talk about PTR for our homeschool teachers. They definitely have a heavy caseload of students, and oftentimes it's 150 students to one teacher. And so their PTR has also increased as we've felt the surge of enrollment at BEST.
And if I could just add, President Wright, just in response to that, BEST has been kind of in a unique situation as we have, and we'll verify the numbers for you, Mr. Burgess. Are you looking at from FY24 to 25 in the budget book?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so what we're dealing with BEST, with the dramatic growth, is we've been having to add positions as we go along, really outside of that budget process, just out of necessity due to the growth that we're talking about. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it's 4, but I see a perplexed look that we think. Okay.
The number, I mean, it's 2 teachers, right? There's an education specialist and a head teacher, and 2 administrative positions, or 2 support positions rather, a secretary and a classroom tutor is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and we're specifically dealing with constantly trying to catch up with the workload of a dramatically rising student count with relatively few bodies that are there. Like Dr. Meidert mentioned, 150 to 1 that we're looking at. And yeah, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'm going,
I have
sorry,
one
Mr.
more.
Burgess, go ahead.
And I apologize, because this may have come up in past discussions, but I just wanted to double check the $415,000 increase to North Star College under supplies. What is that for?
So that is related to tuition costs that I believe last work session or one of the prior work sessions we've already talked about ideas to mitigate that increase for recommended budget. And we're working with the folks from the university and have a couple of different real good options that we think can offset the vast majority of that number. That's directly related to increased credits that students are taking. As the program has gotten more robust, I think there's just more offerings, and the average number of credits taken per student went up from the prior year to current.
And we'll get the board a more exact number before the 18th, and that'll be some real savings that you could use in your recommended budget.
And may I ask a follow-up? I believe during last year's budget discussions, there was a discussion that because of the size of North Star College and the way the foundation formula works and adjustments made to it, that we would essentially be breaking even on the investment there. Is that something that we have realized, or where are we at with that cost?
Yeah, I would say as we build in some reductions, like Dr. Miner mentioned, for recommended budget, I would say yes, that has been a break-even proposition. We even went as far as to look at how much does it cost to educate a North Star College student versus a brick and mortar like West Valley or Lathrop, and the numbers were nearly identical. It was actually slightly more for a brick and mortar student as compared to a North Star College student. So yes, by and large, a very break-even proposition.
Ms. Maple.
On the North Star College thing, it came up at the last session. I asked the question about parents using tuition waivers, and it was a non-answer. And somebody did follow up with me afterwards, a community member, that before it was its own school, that they were able to use those tuition waivers when their children took classes when it was in its previous form. So just for that to be noted in those follow-up conversations.
Noted, and we'll continue to follow up on that. We are really aggressively looking at any kind of cost savings measures we can have in place while still offering a really great experience for students up on campus. And so that's one that definitely stuck out to me too, of an easy one that we could identify and make sure that we stay on top of. So thank you for noting that.
So I'm going to put myself in the queue. I have a few that should be kind of quick. From public testimony, we heard that Hutchison and North Star College lotteries are closed. Is that true, or is there any way to allow students who might be impacted by school closures to apply for those if that goes through?
I'm going to look it up right now. They just closed, is my understanding, at North Star College and at Hutchison, so we could certainly, they're open again after they've closed for the wait list. So once the lottery's closed and will be run, it'll open again for the wait list, but we could look to reassess that potentially based on seats.
I would know for myself, given the fact that we're asking a lot of our community, going till after we've voted and giving families the time to apply. If we do go forward with school closure, I think that's at least something we can do for those impacted families.
I'll double check on that on the North Star College side. I want to make sure that, you know, we're working in conjunction with UAF and they can still hit all of their deadlines in terms of enrolling and registering students. But Lori, let's note that and we'll follow up with them.
So another one I heard was that there are no MFLACs if students, so that's a military family life counselor, if it is an off-base school. But I thought that Tananal had MFLACs and other places that were off-base, and I know I've taught at Tananal, so I just wanted to get on public record. Miss Marati.
North Pole High School has one, and I met them, and they're fantastic.
We have great MFLACs in our district, so official answer from district, somebody.
Yes, the official answer is that we do have MPLEX at non-base schools, including, I know, Tanana, Lathrop, North Pole Middle, North Pole High, Best, yes.
All right. I keep hearing going down to a 4-day school week and the cost savings that would have, and I know that's been answered previously, but again, for the record, can we discuss 4-day school week and if that would actually save any money?
Yeah, so the main reason why there aren't significant savings to that scenario is that it doesn't directly impact or create a reduction in staff days, hours worked. So it's just kind of you're reducing here and increasing over here. And so given that 85 to 90% of our overall district costs are in the salary and benefit arena, there wouldn't be significant reductions. You could see some in utilities, maybe, possibly, some utility savings, but not significant in relation to the overall district budget. You know, we spend about $6-7 million a year on utilities, you know, and $190 million total general fund budget. So you could see some there. Now there's probably some non-monetary benefits, but monetarily speaking, there's not a lot aside from that utility savings.
Still seeing no others. I'm going to clear another one. So we've heard a lot of talk about the difference between deferred maintenance and capital improvement projects, and I'm not even sure I fully know the real definition. So for the record, could we define what deferred maintenance is as we're using that term and what that means versus when we talk about large capital improvements?
Yes. So deferred maintenance, they're kind of one and the same in a certain sense. So you address deferred maintenance with capital projects. So deferred maintenance is work that is needed on a building to bring it up to par. And more common in our school district and around the state, because it's a state issue as well as a local issue, is buildings are falling farther and farther behind. That's why the term deferred. So we're kicking it down the road. And it's at a state level, it's over $1 billion. It's billions. It's a couple of billion, something like that. So So, yeah, deferred maintenance is major items in a building that needs to be replaced or brought up to speed. Roofs, HVAC systems, electrical, just classroom finishes, outside finishes, exterior windows, things like that, big items. And you address the deferred maintenance issue with capital projects. So you would create and implement a capital project, fund it, identify the need, and then fund it with a funding source, whether it be state, local, or we have some federal even going on, right? And lean. You address that deferred maintenance issue with capital projects that are identified and then funded by a specific source. I hope I answered your question there. And yeah, I'll just say this and leave it at that. There's been a big focus in some of the testimony about, complaints of why this school or that was identified based on deferred maintenance. I would just remind the board and the public, that's just one factor. And just because a school is on the list doesn't mean it necessarily has the highest amount of deferred maintenance needed. It might be down the list, but it needs significant work. So just remind everyone that's just one factor that we're looking at.
And kind of follow up, I was in a borough assembly meeting that mentioned like stairs at Lathrop having duct tape holding them together. Is that deferred maintenance, or is that doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, stairs, without knowing the exact numbers, if it's stairs and the structural integrity of stairs, that would be a deferred maintenance issue, and a capital project would address that. Typically, the unofficial line is somewhere between $25,000 and $50,000 from where it goes to a minor maintenance to a major maintenance project. Definitely, if it surpasses $50,000, it's into the major maintenance. But the district is taking on projects actively that might be $20,000 or $30,000. We just go ahead and address those issues because a lot of times time is of the essence. But yeah, if there's a structural issue with stairs, I hope I have no idea what that is, but that would fall under major maintenance, be a deferred maintenance issue, and would be addressed by a capital project.
Still seeing nobody else, and I'm going to wrap this up, and then we're going to take a break just to put it out there, because this is our last work session on this before we go to spring break and we're really doing things, and it's our intent to use the Balancing Act tool as part of our budget making process. And I've seen you taking notes, to reiterate, and something that even pushed me farther over the line, removing the FTE for a pool assistant and our payment for the pool, especially because Westcott will be closed well into 2025, so there is no reason to budget for that anymore. Those students could not access the pool even if we paid for it. Making sure that part of that includes our $50K for assessments that we no longer think is good practice to pay for. I think there were a few others, but those were two that I wanted to make sure were included in our budgeting tool. Were there any other board questions on this before we take a recess and move Ms. Marati?
So I have a lot of suggestions, but it's kind of awkward to bring them up and then say, does anybody else agree? And you just said this is what I want, put it in the thing. So how would you suggest the rest of us bring forth our suggested amendments or changes so that we're prepared on the 18th?
I'm going to defer that question to administration.
Yeah, if you could email those certain line items, that would be very helpful, and then Mr. DeGraw will get that built into the Balancing Act tool for the board for that March 18th week.
Anything else from the board before we take a recess? Seeing none, how long?
If you could give us about 10 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Going to call this work session back to order and then pass it over to administration.
All right, thank you very much. We're now going to move into the conversation of potential options for Anderson Crawford if Eielson were to close. Some of the questions we've gotten around that is if there would be additional options outside of the recommendation by administration to have additional students stay at Anderson Crawford. If you remember, in our initial recommendation, we had proposed 6th graders having the option to stay, and then that's increased in terms of the questions, seeing if potentially K-8 could stay. And so wanted to provide that information to the board, and Assistant Superintendent LaPlante will provide an overview, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have over that.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. You didn't get a handout, but there is this in your packet, in your electronic packet. So if you want to follow along, it's there. I put together 3 possible scenarios, and then each one of them has a little bit of information that I can share about that. So scenario number 1 would be all the students that would have been attending Ben Eielson, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade would stay at Anderson Crawford, turning Anderson Crawford into a K-8 school. That would be the students' attendance area. They would still have the option to do OAA access to North Pole Middle School or any other school if they wanted to. If we did that with all the current students, that would put Anderson Crawford over capacity by about 51 students. Or 109% capacity. Ms. Lesage says that she has about 4 rooms that she could free up. This scenario would require about 6 rooms, so there'd have to be some additional shuffling. There are students that attend Anderson Crawford and Ben Eielson already on an out of attendance area status. If we sent those students back to their attendance area schools, we could reduce that to 530 students, which would be within the capacity of the school. That would be 95% capacity and require about 4 classrooms. So that would technically work. It would require telling students that have been going to Anderson Crawford and students that have been going to Ben Eielson on Eielson Air Force Base that they no longer can go there as their attendance school. So there's some complexities with that. Scenario 2 would do the same thing, but only for 6th grade. Only 6th graders would stay. So basically the students who are currently at Anderson Crawford as 5th graders, instead of moving across the street like they would have to go to Ben Eielson, they would just stay at Anderson Crawford and for 6th grade. Then as a 7th and 8th grader, they would transition to North Pole Middle School and then on to North Pole High School. They would have the option of attending North Pole Middle School as an OAA student. They could apply for that process. But their attendance area school would be Anderson Crawford. The capacity there would be 86.6% for a total of about 479 students. In that scenario, we wouldn't have to send any of the students who currently attend Anderson Crawford as an out-of-attendance area student. They get kind of grandfathered in, and we wouldn't have to send anybody back to their neighborhood school. The last scenario, scenario 3, Anderson Crawford would offer 6th, 7th, and 8th grade as a lottery option. We could sustain 2 6th grade classes, and we could put up 1 7th grade and 1 8th grade class and have those be available to families as a choice, as a lottery. I would suggest that when you do a lottery like this, we have other K-8 schools, and we have a difficulty knowing how many people are truly interested in that option. So we'd have to be, I think, prepared to kind of float that for the first year and see what the interest truly was. But that might be a way for the families to indicate to us what their interest is, and then we could, over time, kind of adjust how many seats we prepared. Maybe you would have 1 6th grade class and 1 combined 6th, 7th, and 8th grade class in the future, depending on what the size of the interest really was. Under that scenario, again, we wouldn't have to tell any of the current kindergarten through 4th grade students that have been attending as OAA, we wouldn't have to send them to their neighborhood school, and the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students that come could either be from that attendance area or from Ben Eielson directly. We would give priority in the lottery to any students that are in that attendance area, and also for siblings. all of these scenarios, there's some things that could be adjusted based on, if you want to try it this way or try it that way, but these are kind of the three basic scenarios that I think are possible. And our recommendation is probably scenario 3 because it allows the greatest amount of choice without forcing anybody to leave the school. So it allows choice for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. They can go to North Pole Middle School, that would be their right to go there, or they could apply for the lottery, and we would be able to offer a fairly significant number of lottery seats, but we would just have to be prepared that there's a chance that not all of those seats would get filled.
Ms. Maple?
Are there anticipated, if in scenario 3, since we don't have transportation for choice schools, are there expected transportation issues, or because of the location, does that not typically?
So if transportation is in the area, my understanding is that the students can go there. So if I am a 7th grader, but I have a 3rd grade sibling, and the bus comes to my stop, I can get on the bus. So, and they would be going to a school that starts at the same time. So it's possible that transportation would be available, but it's also possible that it might not be if they weren't already in the attendance area or they didn't have a sibling at that stop. Ryan would probably have more information on that.
No, you hit it, ma'am. It wouldn't be a significant shift from what we're doing now at Anderson Crawford. In fact, one of the main routes on covering post in the French Creek area, 'cause so much of it is a walk zone around Anderson Crawford, but one of those routes is a shared route with Ben Eielson right now.
Okay. And I have one more. We received an email today from a member of the public that was concerned about this because the school it was written as it's very much an elementary school, and they were worried about the facility being able to really serve that 6th, 7th, 8th grade population. Do you see that as a concern, or do you think that that's a fixable
So that
problem?
concern has been brought up at different times when we changed other elementary schools into K-8 schools. And, it would have been harder to put elementary school students into Ben Eielson. We'd have to have created smaller toilets and a smaller playground and things like that. But at an elementary school, there's already things that are sized for normal adult people and older students. So we have successfully had other schools go K-8 without having to make, I think, any adjustments. The education scenario would be slightly different than if they were at a middle school. They probably, would have a slightly different experience, but it would still be a solid educational experience.
In that scenario 3, they would have the option to go to a traditional middle school.
Absolutely,
Nobody's-
yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody else's. So does going K-8 at ACE cost the district any additional money or eat into those cost savings?
It could. Just because we try to budget for PTR, right? So we're trying to put one teacher for every 32 students at the middle school level, or one teacher for every 30 students at the elementary level. And we don't know how many parents would sign up for the lottery. If we get that 32, then it's a cost neutral situation. If we only get to 27 or to 24 or to 22, we have some difficult decisions. Do we send 22 students away because we can't, that doesn't really match up to the teacher ratio, or do we float that with slightly less than a full PTR equation? So it could cost us money. We would have to be prepared for that in the first year, and then we would adjust accordingly for the future.
And I think the answer to that is really complicated because there's other levers we can pull in that scenario as well, with 10-day count and adjusting staffing to other locations. And so we wouldn't be providing any additional staffing above and beyond what we already are. What Ms. LaPlante's talking about is how it would be staffed at that point in time. And so it's not truly cutting into the cost savings that we've materialized for our proposal or recommendation going forward. It's just in the future, if you start to get at those partial FTEs and the decision on whether or not you have 2 or 3 classrooms, that's where that conversation comes into play.
So following on with that line of thinking, can we survey the current families who are, rising 5th graders into 6th and students that would be moving into the middle school to find out how they feel about this option, as if it would be something in demand, so that we have a more known quantity?
I think that's very possible, yes.
And to seek clarification on that, is that something that the board would want to do prior to a decision of school closure, or after a decision of school closure and then determining what, the next steps might look like for Anderson Crawford?
I think the interest in, knowing if there are people that have interest in that would be something I'd like to weigh in a decision about school closures.
Ditto.
President Hardy stole my question, actually, so, yeah, so yes, I would support it too. Yeah.
And we're going to go to Ms. Burnett on Zoom.
Hi guys, sorry, I've just been trying to listen and take it all in. I just have a question about the ACEs on scenario 2 and scenario 3. So the lottery option, I'm a little worried about, as we're not necessarily offering transportation at our other lotteries, and so I fear that maybe that could become a thing. So my first question would be, would that be something that might end up happening? Would we end up cutting transportation out there if we were to turn that into a lottery? And then my second question, I'm just going to bunch them up here, is have we looked at a possible K-7 instead of a K-8 option for scenario 2 possibly, and what might that look like?
I'll jump in on the, have we thought about a K-7? No, we haven't. We're even somewhat reluctant to look at a K-6, and the reasoning being is if they were to transition to North Pole Middle down the road, there's certainly concerns about ensuring that students have a successful transition from whatever school to whatever school. And so if you've got students that are staying at Anderson Crawford for 6th grade, but all other students are going 6, 7, 8, we've got some work to do to bridge that transition year for those students. If it's 6, 7, and they're only transitioning for 1 year to North Pole Middle, I feel like that would be really disruptive and hard to integrate them correctly into that school environment. Not that couldn't be done, but it wouldn't be our preference, so to speak. So we haven't, it wouldn't be our recommendation to include 6, 7. It would either be 6 or 6, 7, 8. And then I think there was a transportation question in there in terms of, I feel like Ryan and Kate answered that as in terms of the transportation would be provided similar to what's currently provided at LAD or other K-8 school. And so not necessarily worried about opening up, other potentials for increased transportations for our K-8 schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Maple.
I just wanted to circle back on the surveying and make sure that when that happens, that it's, the question is posed very intentionally, that this is if the senior high school is closed, because I fear that if that's not very, very clear, that our results could be impacted by people thinking, well, no, I don't want that. But if this happens, then would this be a solution that that your family would work for your family? So just for clarity's sake.
Really good point. Not seeing anybody, so I'm gonna keep going, but stop me guys if you have yours. So I was actually at Anderson Crawford this morning and had the opportunity to do Gals Read, but also talk with Principal Lesage and other staff members. And there had been a meeting last week without district administration, which is great. Their community needs to talk, and they shared with me that there was a lot of we don't want this. This doesn't sound like a good option. And my question to them, I was like, but Is it because maybe you haven't seen successful K-8 models? And so I was wondering, is there a way to also show the Anderson Crawford community a way to envision what a middle school model could be and how robust that can be? So we have multiple charters that are K-8. You know, Chinook just took their middle schoolers to Costa Rica. And that was the whole class. It wasn't like a club. We have Barnett that does explorations. At my school for Boreal Sun, they take trips. We have Watershed. We have K-8 models that are more than just an extension of elementary school. They are markedly different, and if you haven't seen it, you might not be able to picture that, like, oh, this is what we say when it's K-8. It's not just 8 years of elementary school.
Yes, I think there'll be a considerable amount of work in educating the Eielson community if we go down this road in terms of what's available to them. And then I think the beautiful thing at the end of the day would be their choice. If after they hear everything that K-8 has to offer, if that's the direction we go, North Pole Middle would still also be available to them, and so they would have the choice of whether or not they wanted to be in that K-8 environment or have the more traditional middle school route available to them.
Ms. Marati.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing these scenarios to us for our attention. I especially appreciate the 6-8 lottery, the option 3. Because it addresses the sibling issue that we heard over and over and over again, which was that childcare is a struggle and that siblings help out with other siblings, younger siblings. So I do support a survey to see if I'm reading that correctly, and support an educational opportunity for Eielson families to learn about K-8 models. And I was thinking earlier today, but I didn't bring it up because I didn't know if it would be supported, but I think that there's a big mystery about North Pole High School, and Ms. Maple and I were there just a few weeks ago. It's phenomenal, and I wonder if there's a way that we can promote it and sell it and show like all the amazing things that North Pole High School can offer to help ease some of that fear of the unknown. Not that this is the direction we're going or anything like that, just to show that should that be the option that we have to go with, that it does offer a beautiful place for students to go.
Yes, I think there's a number of ways that we can do that before and after a potential decision, and so we've already started talking about ways to market North Pole High School to ensure that everybody understands the amazing career and technical education pathways that are available there, the activity opportunities, and those types of things. And so JROTC, and so yeah, definitely a ton of great things available for all of our students in that area, and it's a great school. So yes.
So I'm also, and kind of like the Hail Mary pass here, given that we're trying to answer the needs that Eielson has kind of felt neglected, at least that's what I've heard in forums like Ms. Gillum and I have gotten to attend, and wanting a K-8 model to address some of the needs like childcare. I was the one who proposed it as like, how can we start addressing some of the concerns we're hearing if Eielson were to close, to try to be as responsive to this community as possible. I would be in support of adding an additional classified staff member or something to help make that K-8 model like we have at Barnett, where they're able to do explorations. We staff them differently than we staff other schools. And I think given that we do that at other schools within Fairbanks, there's a case to be made that we could add a little extra to this Eielson K-8 model to make it a more robust option for those families, without, it would eat some cost savings, but there are military families that have gone through a lot, and we deserve it to be a good program. Ms. Barati.
Thanks. What are we doing with working with Eielson leadership? So specifically Colonel Alvarado. What are some of the things that we're doing to engage them in some of these decisions, and how is that information going to get to us?
So Colonel Alvarado and I have had a number of conversations prior to Eielson being on the short list, and then certainly afterwards. I've also met with the wing commander, Colonel Alvarado, Colonel Kay, and a few of their staff on the potential impacts of what a school closure would look like on Eielson Air Force Base. I think the best way for information to come to the board, if there's information that you need from the Air Force, is directly through Pumbaa. He's the colonel on your school board, and I think he would be the most appropriate to bring that information forward if there's things that you still have questions about on the Eielson side that I might not be able to answer for you.
Yes, go ahead.
And I appreciate you playing telephone for us, but I would love to hear from Pumbaa or any Eielson leadership. Is that planned in future meetings?
So I know Pumbaa is a part of the board. I think he's been invited to these work sessions. And so I don't know that there's a direct report planned. I do know there's some possible testimony coming from Colonel Townsend tomorrow night to provide some additional information from the Eielson community. And then, I'm not sure if Pumbaa will be available for future work sessions in the board meetings the week of the 18th.
I will add to that because I took advantage of seeing Colonel Alvarado when I was on Eielson 2 weeks ago. He will absolutely meet with any one of us. You can call him, but he's got an office, and you get a reserved spot out front that he insists you take. So that's another option definitely available to board members to talk to him and pick his brain about how these closures are affecting his base or his post. I got corrected by Pumbaa that I'm saying the wrong thing. Now I'm worried I mixed it up again. Is it base? Okay, and Wainwright's a post. There we go. So I had corrected it. All right. Any other questions? I think that's it.
All right, well, thank you. We'll now transition into our transportation conversation for the evening. And I'll turn it over to Andy DeGraw and Mr. Ryan Hinton.
All right, thank you, Dr. Meinert. I'm going to go ahead and reconnect through Airtame. I believe the board has access to these documents that we're going to go over here. Take a minute and queue those up. Where did that go? Okay, so Mr. Hinton and I are gonna walk the board through these documents. I'm gonna preface our conversation here tonight on this topic with the statement that there's a ton of information here. We don't necessarily want to dive into the weeds and start testing stuff and moving stuff around. We just want to show the board, illustrate for the board the processes that we go through in order to look at redistricting. So when we're looking at closing schools and how do the boundaries change resultant to that those school closures, what's the process we follow? Mr. Hinton's created some amazing tools that we're going to see tonight. Very complicated in nature, a ton of different, ton of data moving around, and this, what we can do is, if the board, coalesces around and is looking at specifically, so okay, we're going to close schools, and we want to look at specific things, we can help facilitate getting that data through these tools. But we would prefer that to happen like, a thoughtful, specific process where we can be well organized. And this I think tonight is just kicking that conversation off and letting folks know the capabilities that we have and again, the processes we follow. So the first maps that you see here in the packet, these are existing boundaries that the district currently has, so starting with high school. And these first ones show where the schools are located. Some of the subsequent maps don't have those locations, but this will help you kind of eyeball and see where the schools are, so you can find where they generally are on the ones that don't have the identifiers. The middle school boundaries are next, and then the elementary boundaries. The first elementary one, the third map, that is kind of way far away, so we can see all of the different areas, and that including Salcha, which is the purple. They're going south, and then more of a kind of close-up version of the elementary to get a little bit better look. So the fourth map is another elementary, just a little bit closer in to see a little bit more detail. The next slide goes into the scenarios, and I'm going to have Mr. Hinton describe each scenario. There's several here in the packet, and we'll go ahead and, President Hardy, would you like us to go through all and then go to questions? Is that the best way to approach this? We go through the different scenarios all at once and then have questions about the different scenarios afterwards? Is that, okay. So this slide here is the tool that Mr. Hinton has created and that he uses to work his magic. And I'm going to have him, the slide right after that, well, I'll actually have him describe this first scenario first.
Okay, so yeah, on those, you noticed on those maps that each of those boundaries was like subdivided into smaller boundaries. Those are each like little zones that are neighborhoods or geographical areas that are kind of grouped together. There's 90 of them in total. And so that sheet we're on now with the three main columns, those are attendance area schools with the associated zones in each of their boundaries. The number of students in each one, those are students in that grade level who are attending an attendance area school. So that's not including students who are attending correspondence area schools or attending out of attendance area. That's just students in their attendance area attending their attendance area school. So you'll see on scenario 1 here that we have Tickassook Brown closed, and then the majority of Tickassook Brown is reassigned to Midnight Sun. So zones T1 through T8 and then T12.
Is my cursor visible on the screen? I'm circling Tickassook Brown, the area that Mr. Hinton's talking about right now.
So, yeah, and then, so the old Richardson Highway, and Dennis Road area would be reassigned to Arctic Light in this scenario. And then with Midnight Sun, we see that the Nelson Road, Mission Road, and Newby Road areas would be reassigned to North Pole Elementary. Getting into the middle school for Ben Eielson Junior High, that would be, the school would be closed, and the Anderson Crawford and Salcha areas would be, so the their entire attendance area would be reassigned to North Pole Middle. North Pole Middle, Richardson Highway, Dennis Road, and Old Richardson, the same ones from Tickassook Brown that are reassigned to Arctic Light, those would be reassigned to Ryan Middle. And then with the high school, Ben Eielson being reassigned, that entire attendance area being reassigned to North Pole High, and the same 3 attendance areas from the middle and elementary school being reassigned to Lathrop.
And just to interject here, we want to reinforce this. I'll say this several times. This is just a hypothetical scenario. We want everyone to know nothing, no decisions have been made. This is just a hypothetical that we're running.
Yeah, and so after those reassignments, the next slide would show the results compared to. Oh, okay, well, not the next slide. This is a map showing what those you see the red areas down there at T9, T10, and
11.
Yeah, T11. Yeah, right where Mr. DeGraw's cursor is. Those have been reassigned to Arctic Light in this scenario. But then, yeah, on the next one we see the results of So on the left side, that's where we're currently sitting where we are currently sitting as far as capacities and where student enrollment is. On the right side would be scenario 1.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to repeat that, left side is current, and I think that'll be consistently, when you see these worksheets, consistently, every one of them, the left side is current, so that you can compare current capacities to what the capacities that each scenario would generate.
Yeah. So we see, like, in this scenario, the main schools that are impacted, like they're highlighted in green there, being Midnight Sun, North Pole Elementary, North Pole Middle and North Pole High, and Arctic Light being the schools with the major enrollment increase.
And then to a little bit lesser degree, they're not highlighted, but if you go down to Ryan Middle and Lathrop, those schools are slightly impacted as well.
Yeah.
On the secondary ranks.
On this, we just highlighted anything that was greater than a 5% increase was the threshold for the highlight.
Gotcha. And so then we won't repeat necessarily all of the individual changes, but we'll just go through the scenarios and just highlight the school closures that are included in each scenario.
Yeah. Scenario 2 being the same changes to Ben Eielson Junior and Senior High, with Two Rivers being, like, the entire attendance area being reassigned to Weller. And then you can see the results of scenario 2 on the next page there. Similar results as scenario 1 for the middle and high school, and, with Two Rivers being closed, the mainly impacting Weller. Scenario 3 would be Ben Eielson and Pearl Creek. Same thing for Ben Eielson, Pearl Creek. The areas around Farmers Loop and the University Avenue and Thomas Street, those would go to Ann Ween. The areas around Summit Drive going to Weller, because it's right adjacent to one of Weller's attendance area, and then the remainder going to University Park, and then a considerable shift at University Park where their former attendance areas, a lot of the stuff that's next to Wood River would be absorbed by Wood River, is the big changes there.
And just a heads up for board members, if you're having a hard time tracking, I am following Mr. Hinton's narrative on the screen, so I know it's a lot of information pretty quick, so.
And also if you want to look at this next to a map later on, when you have time to digest it, it's a little easier if you're looking at side by side with the map. But yeah, we see that the enrollment impacts all the schools that that were just stated. So that'd be scenario 3. Scenario 4, Ben Eielson, Tickasuk Brown, and Two Rivers. Just highlighting how, like, this is the ability to kind of change what the scenario looks like. This one being a little bit different, saying that the Two Rivers at that attendance area for the middle school and high school, instead of going to North Pole Middle and North Pole High, going to Tanana and Lathrop. And just kind of highlighting, like, the difference in being able to slice and dice it differently, depending on the scenario.
One thing to note, and this is, there's obviously, there's numbers considerations, data, raw numbers that are usually non-emotional. And then there's the obvious emotional side of school closure. When you're looking squarely at the data and the numbers and taking the emotional side out of it, what we saw is that these scenarios that actually close more, there's actually capacity within the district to close more schools.
Yeah, to that point, scenario 5 would be closing Ben Eielson, Tickasuk, Tickasuk Brown, Two Rivers, and Pearl Creek. And in scenario 5, we see numbers similar to what we would expect for a combination of scenarios 1, 2, and 4. And those numbers are highlighted on that screen. Scenario 6 would be the closure of Ben Eielson, Tickosick Brown, and then Anderson Crawford moving into a K-8 scenario. You'll see that the Crawford and the Salcha, Anderson Crawford and Salcha, C1 and S1 would be moved into, assigned to Crawford. We have it listed as Crawford here just because that's what it's listed as in our routing software. We understand that the name is Anderson Crawford. So we didn't mean any disrespect. It's just easier for the routing software that we're using. But all the middle school age students would be assigned to Anderson Crawford in this scenario. And as Ms. LaPlante pointed out earlier, around 109, 110% capacity is what that would put Anderson Crawford at. And those are the 6 scenarios.
Ms. Maple.
So scenario 6 is the only one that has the ACES K through 8, right?
The only one that we, just put together a demonstration for.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
So that's the only one also that would not also displace current North Pole Middle and North Pole High students? Theoretically, I understand.
I don't think theoretically,
Like, I don't see the moves to Lathrop and.
no, I think, yes, ma'am, I understand what you're saying
Oh,
now.
sorry.
Yes, out of these scenarios, that's the only one that doesn't have a North Pole Middle or North Pole High zone moving to a different area.
Thank you.
Guess I'll put myself in the queue. Also on scenario 6, currently it has TIC students, or Tickosick Brown, feeding into Arctic Light still, but if Eielson were to go K-8, even K-8 lottery, is there capacity for those students who are in the Tickosick Brown attendance area to feed only into North Pole schools and not end up feeding into Fairbanks schools?
Yes, ma'am, there is, and that was an oversight on my part because I was asked to actually keep those kids in those students in the North Pole area schools for this scenario, and I forgot to check that box back. So that was my mistake, but yes, there is plenty of capacity there.
Okay, so that would solve some of the issues around feeling like those are North Pole students who don't really want to, but would have the option if they were military connected to choose to go on post if they wanted.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Burgess.
I really appreciate the work that you put into this. I do have some questions that are being sparked here. I guess the most important one is thinking about students who were impacted previously by school closures just recently. So I guess under which of these scenarios, and you might not be able to answer this today, that's fine, but I'm curious, under which of these scenarios are we impacting those students once again, whether or not we're closing their current school?
So under these scenarios, we'll look at scenario 5. It has, if you look at Pearl Creek, Zone P3, University Avenue, that was formerly Anween, and under scenario 5, it would go back to Anween. That's there are students, it's not the only one. Zone P1 used to be Joy. That's now Pearl Creek, and that would go to Weller in this scenario. But those are the only 2 I can think of off the top of my head, sir.
And then undoubtedly there was well, possibly, I don't know, but undoubtedly, there's probably some Eielson area students who, you know, there's some impact from the Anderson closure that, you know, they could be hitting 6th grade in Ben Eielson. That's possible as well. Well, but no, because that was Anderson.
They were thinking third.
Anderson was the lower grade, so yeah, no, probably not.
I don't think so. Next year.
Okay, can I ask another? So, if we redraw these lines, is that a like for schools that aren't closing, but some of their attendance areas are going to be shifting to a different, you know, they're shifting to a different school? What are their options, or do they have an option to stay at their current school at all?
So that would be a decision. I mean, I'll let Andy speak to that. As far as transportation wise, that's really kind of where we
They
would.
don't get the bus.
You wouldn't get a bus, but I'll let Mr. DeGraw speak to.
Yeah, so I'm trying to rack my brain. I know we did offer some things along those lines last time around. I don't know if Dr. Meinert remembers specifically. I know we did make accommodations, and always subject to, a big consideration is the building's capacity to take on X number of students, how many, and every year there's requests of out of attendance area students to attend a school that's not their attendance area, but there was preferential treatment, I believe, given to students that were impacted by the school closures.
Okay. Preferential treatment to those students would be great if we end up in any of these scenarios. And one more, it's related. This is so, you know, thinking about these impacts and the potential to repeatedly impact the same students and have them change schools multiple times over the course of their educational careers. It's just a really important piece of this to me. And so looking to the future, and this is why, you know, I think that this absolutely has to be part of our strategic planning when we're expecting future deficits. But looking to the future, I mean, have we done any sort of analysis here that takes it to the next step? If we have to close additional schools, are we going to have to shift some of these students again?
And I'll respond to that. Yeah, these are.
You could take that as a comment too.
Yeah. No point. Yeah, and I think it's a good point to be made here. That comment right there goes straight into the reason why geography is a big deal. So I'll just speak straight to specifics. There's a lot of focus in the Pearl Creek arena on deferred maintenance. That number's wrong. And my response is the same thing that I said a little bit earlier. Deferred maintenance is only one factor. With Pearl Creek, geography became a factor with that school specific of why it was put on the list, in the fact that we can't continue to close schools in one geographic area, multiple schools. We logistically, so that we don't have what Mr. Burgess is describing, we have to strategically look at the district from a geographic perspective. And so if the board notices, there's schools in different geographic areas being proposed, and we're trying to do the best we can to kind of, you know, spread the unfortunate wealth, so to speak. It's not a good thing. But we're trying to be thoughtful of trying to minimize the domino effects that come with the redistricting proposition. And so I think point taken, yes, that's a huge priority at the top of our list internally, is how do we reduce the disruption to the students', you know, educational process as much as we can. How do we reduce that? And geography, I hope I'm making sense. Geography is that's why it's a huge factor. You know, we had Nordale, Joy, you know, very close schools. You know, we can't do LAD, right? Like, we can't do LAD. North Pole the last time around, fortunately, they avoided North Pole. completely avoided. And so that there's Tickasick Brown. And the benefits are, well, not benefits, the reason why it made the list, one of the big reasons, is because it's adjacent to Fairbanks. So it provides options if we need them, right? As opposing to, it's really difficult, if not impossible, to close North Pole proper elementary school right in town. There's a bunch of other reasons. Big walk zone, there's all kinds of reasons. So very thoughtful on that, with that at the forefront, and that's why geography is so important. It minimizes those domino ripple effects across the boundaries.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And I guess if I could just follow up, would you say geography is the most important consideration in what the administration put forward as the recommendations?
It's a large one. It's big, but there's other big ones. The walk zones. If a school has 150 students that walk and are right around that school, that's a huge consideration, right? But geography is big.
I was trying to give you a leading question to compare it to
Yeah.
deferred maintenance and the importance of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it certainly is, because it's just like when somebody's searching for a house. You can fix the stuff. You can repaint the house you're looking for. You can't change the location. The location, it's in the dirt. That you can't fix that. Certainly, deferred maintenance is something that puts a school on the radar. And it's not just deferred maintenance, it's how hard or easy is the school for our department to maintain. So each school is very different in how hard or easy it is to maintain as well, not just the laundry list of projects that are there. And so, yes, thank you for that, Mr. Burgess. Yeah, you can't fix the location or you can't change the location, but you can address maintenance needs.
Ms. Maple?
With the scenarios that include closing TIC, there's students going to Arctic Light, and we heard concerns about access and lots of questions about that. Are there scenarios where that could be remedied without it meaning that families are opting out of transportation? That a family that theoretically would get moved to Arctic Light could say, no, I don't want to be on. Just my question, yeah.
Just making sure I understand, instead of being, like, assigning those zones to Arctic Light, perhaps assigning them to a different elementary school, is that what you're asking?
Yes,
Yes,
kind of.
we can create another scenario where we assigned it to, instead of Arctic Light, say, we would assign it to another elementary school like Hunter or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
That would be, we could create a scenario to look at that.
Okay, yeah, because the things that seemed like they were really at play were not, students, making sure that that some students can stay at a Title I school, but that if that Title I school is on base, what barriers are in place? So, yeah.
Yeah, and that was missed on scenario 6. That one was intended to shift students to Midnight Sun, I believe, and so rather than Arctic Light, for the board to take a look at that, but we can certainly update that and get it out to the board this week and make that available to you. I do want to mention a fair amount of conversations with Colonel Cole and Janet Ferris in terms of access to base, and so they're working diligently on their side. If the board were to take action and we needed students or wanted students to go on base, what that would look like and the transitions there, and they're confident that that process would go smoothly.
Mr. Burgess?
Thanks. I just wanted to put my support behind those comments. One of the things that we've heard from many Tickasick Brown parents and staff is that, they would prefer not to send any students to Fairbanks schools, and both because of transportation times, but mostly because they feel like they're part of the North Pole community, and I get that. So, yeah.
Ms. Marati?
before the 18th, see a scenario, and by scenario, I mean something that looks like the last page, which is scenario, baseline in scenario 6. But scenario 6 is Ben Eielson and Tickasuk. Could we see what it would look like for option 3, K8 model, and closing Ben Eielson, and not closing Tickasuk right now, and what that would do to everything?
So just to clarify, scenario 3, but adding the K8 option as
Scenario
well?
3? Yes, but not Pearl Creek, just Ben Eielson.
Okay,
With the
so just-
K8, with the option 3 K8 model. The recommended K8 one.
Yeah, we can do that.
That would be great.
Yep.
Thank you. I like your spreadsheets.
I'm not seeing anybody else, and it's kind of circling back, but I feel like it's worthy of having you guys say it. I know from having talked with administration just how robust the process was discussing school closures, but I think the public would benefit. I've heard a lot of misconceptions like, oh, that was put on the list just to kick the hornet's nest. That was this, that was, to talk about what exactly, I know it was a multi-day process, I believe, that it involved very robust discussions. So for the public to know how that went down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, 2 work sessions ago, I think somebody got me riled up, mentioning that we put certain schools on the list for political purposes, and that clearly is not the case. Obviously, we want all of our representatives to be supportive of adequate educational funding, but we would not mess with our students, our staff, our community's lives in this way, and doing that. And so my team definitely had a robust process in terms of developing the resources that are in front of you, and particularly the working document that the board has used for past work sessions. It was a multi-week process, and it continues into today in terms of continually adding things and resources that are available to the board and to the community in terms of providing transparency in the process around why schools were on the list, what measures we used, continually explaining different things such as deferred maintenance and geography. And so as we're starting to get some of these continued questions, trying to make answers to those questions publicly available. And so I do feel like, this process has certainly been transparent, especially given all of the information that's out there. If you're not following every single work session, it can be hard to sometimes piece it all together because there is a lot of detail that went into each one of these recommendations and the resources that go with it. But just because a certain individual doesn't like the selections that were on the list doesn't mean that it wasn't transparent or it wasn't the right decision in the administration's realm of making that recommendation.
And just to add to that, those comments, I'll say there's been a few comments claiming that data is just incorrect and flat out wrong, and that's false. So, every once in a while there's an omission and we might not include something and we get it in, a different scenario or a number here and there. But by and large, the data is accurate and those numbers are not false. They're not intended to mislead folks or to, paint a picture that's convenient for administration. There's nothing convenient about any of this for administration. As Dr. Meinert said, we're looking at the district as a whole equally and just trying to make the best recommendations we can as possible.
Ms. Marati?
Just to follow up on that statement that Mr. DeGraw just said, someone emailed us and asked us if we consult an expert in the financial field. And I am proud to say we have several experts in the financial field. What I would ask administration to do, though, is when you hear those kinds of comments that probably smack you in the face, that you try to see why they would think that, or what made them have that perception, and get to the root of that instead of what they're saying specifically that's offensive, but like looking back, okay, well, how could that have come to their mind and thought that way, and maybe address it in that way? Because there's fear, there's misinformation, maybe there needs to be more education in a field or study or a presentation that we're providing. But for the community to know, we have many experts on our team, and the facts that we are provided are accurate and very transparent, but definitely looking at our community and taking those into consideration.
No, it's unusual, but Ms. Marabi, I have a question for you. As somebody who has gone through the school closure process prior, do you feel like you are better prepared and more informed to be making these kinds of decisions than you were previously with prior closures?
I feel when we did them last time, the work started 2 years, the conversation started 2 years prior to us making a decision. So if you're looking at like length of time that we took to get to that decision, it was significant. We also paid a ton of money to an outside analyzer. We had a lot more sessions specifically on that one topic instead of budget overall. That being said, though, the information that we are providing to the community is tenfold more than it was prior. It's significantly more transparent and much broader, a much broader presentation to the community on what the future looks like. I think that was the frustration that Mr. Dorn and I felt last time around, and it wasn't to anybody's fault that's in this room at all. But it felt like a lack of planning, which administration knew the plan, but the board and the community didn't know the plan. And so this time around, there are 35 spreadsheets that we looked at tonight that show a plan. And there's a lot more communication in the forums and the stakeholder involvement. It's completely night and day. But it's hard to compare the two because to get to that place where we are now was different. Yeah.
All right, that being the last thing on our agenda, unless there are any closing comments from the board, Mr. Burgess.
I'll keep it very brief. I just want to say that, when we look at these spreadsheets that have all the schools on them, when we talk about planning for the future, all of these things, and when we go out and visit schools, which I've been doing, it really just strikes me that we are one large community. Yes, we have small communities within us, and many of those are centered around our schools, but we are a community together, and the way that we get through all of this is together. So I just wanted to highlight that because it's really been on my mind lately, and I really hope, and I've seen this happening, but I really hope that this community can continue to come together and work through this. And yes, we have some challenging times ahead of us, but if we can all stand by each other and support each other, regardless of what decisions are made here, we'll be better off for it in the long run. So, thanks.
Well said, Mr. Burgess. With that, we are adjourned.